You are lying in the dark, and that quiet ache is real, not sharp, but steady, like a weight settled beneath the ribs, something that has been carried too long without being named. The shape you've held on to for months, maybe years, feels less right now than it ever has before. It fits nowhere anymore. You notice how your breath slows when you stop trying to make it fit, not because anything changes, but because the effort of holding on begins to soften when no one is watching. There are many ways people seek stillness at night. Philosophy to fall asleep to, deep thoughts to sleep, calm the mind before sleep, stoic calm at night, a quiet space where the day's weight doesn't need to be fixed. This is not one of those places that asks you to fix anything. It is simply here in this dark room with its soft edges and slow air, where your thinking can settle like dust after a long silence. You are not behind. You are not failing. There is no checklist of being ready or right or whole. The mind has been busy all day, planning, remembering, rehearsing what might have happened, what should have been said, how you were seen, how you saw yourself. But that version of you, the one shaped by yesterday's decisions and tomorrow's hopes, doesn't need to be defended tonight. You are not required to carry it forward into sleep. The thought about whether you are doing this right is already passing through, just like every other idea that came before it. It does not have to land here. It can go on its way, unattended, like a leaf drifting down a stream without needing to be caught. You notice how even the fear of being wrong feels lighter when you stop trying to catch it. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. The day's weight was never in the events themselves, only in the thoughts about them. The unfinished conversation that lingers, the note left unsent, the thing said too quickly and meant differently, the silence between words that now feels like a breach. None of these are real, unless your mind returns to them. And tonight, you do not have to return, even if it felt important in the moment, even if something inside you still thinks it matters. What remains is just a thought, not a demand. You can let it rest where it is, like a stone dropped into water that sinks slowly and quietly. No sound at all by the time it reaches bottom. You are allowed to stop holding. It isn't about forgetting or erasing. It's about releasing the need to carry anything forward simply because you once believed it had weight. You don't have to decide what this means, whether it will last, if you'll be different tomorrow. Only that here, now, in the dark and stillness of this moment, something can loosen. You are not required to understand yourself completely before sleep comes. The self is not a fixed thing to defend or define. It is more like weather passing through, a shift in temperature, a slow clearing of clouds, a breath moving across your skin. None of these are permanent, and none require explanation. You don't need to name the wind when it blows. You only need to feel its movement. You notice how much energy goes into trying to be someone specific, someone reliable, someone enough, someone who has answers or control or certainty. But that person was made from old stories, not this moment. And tonight, you do not have to perform them. The idea of being a certain kind of self, consistent, complete, whole, is just another thought, no more real than the shadow on the wall. You are a happening, not a thing. This isn't meant as a slogan or revelation, only as a quiet observation. You were never meant to be fixed. Everything that has ever passed through you, joy, regret, fear, desire, stillness, was already on its way out before it even arrived. The mind does not keep anything. It simply moves things along. You are not responsible for what happens in the dark between now and morning. You don't have to prepare your thoughts like a meal for someone else to eat. There is no one waiting with judgment or expectation. Only the softness of air, the cool underside of the pillow, the faint warmth beneath the blanket where your body settles. Let that version go. The one you thought you needed to be, not because it was wrong, but because it doesn't belong here anymore. Not in this stillness. You are allowed to change shape without apology, to let something fall away simply because it no longer fits. No need for ceremony. No need to mourn what's leaving. Just a soft release, like letting go of a hand that has held yours through too long a walk, not unkindly, just gently, with the quiet knowing that you've both arrived where you needed to be. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. The breath moves in and out without effort. You are not trying to make it deeper or slower. It simply is. And as it flows, another thought arises. This one about how much of yourself has been shaped by what others think, by the roles you've worn, the image you've tried to project. The weight of that shape feels familiar now, almost comfortable in its discomfort. But comfort does not mean truth. A coat can be warm and still too tight. You do not have to wear it any longer just because it's been with you a long time. There is no contract between you and your past self. Only this body lying down, this breath rising and falling, this quiet dark that has no expectations of who you are or how you should be in it. You are allowed to become less defined, less fixed. You can let go not by erasing yourself, but by stopping the effort to hold on so tightly. The self is not a thing to defend. It is what moves between stillness and motion, like light shifting across floorboards at dawn, never still, never fully known. You are not required to be whole or complete before sleep comes. There is no final version of you that must arrive tonight. Only this moment. The feel of air on your cheek, the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, the way silence settles after a thought passes through like wind across open fields. Even the idea of being behind, of not having done enough, said enough, become enough, is only a story you've told yourself over and over. It does not have to be true in this dark room with no clocks or mirrors. You do not need to prove your worth here. No one is listening. You are allowed to rest without merit. The thought about what they might say if they knew how uncertain you feel, that too can drift away, like smoke from a fire long gone out. It doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't even have to be named. You don't owe anyone an explanation of your inner world. Not tonight. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. You are not required to carry the past with you into tomorrow's light. The version of yourself that no longer fits. It was never meant to last forever. It served its purpose, and now it can simply be released. Not because you're broken, not because you failed, but because you've outgrown your shape. And growth does not require apology. You are not a problem to solve. You are not behind on being someone. You are already here, in this quiet room, in this breath, in this moment where the mind slows enough to notice how little it actually needs to hold on to. Even the thought of wanting to be something more, that too can settle like dust. It doesn't have to burn brightly or last long. Just rest for now. There is no demand on you to do anything except be present, just as you are. You notice how even your own body has begun to feel like a kind of echo. Something that remembers shapes it no longer needs to occupy. The way your shoulders settle into the mattress is not effort, but release. Not posture, but surrender. There is no need to align yourself with anything anymore. Not with the person you were yesterday. Not with the version you thought you should be by now. Not even with the idea of being a steady presence in your own life. You are allowed to soften into absence, to let go, not as failure, but as arrival. The mind has been trying to hold on, to keep things from slipping, like someone clutching at shadows just before dawn. But shadow is not substance. And what you've been afraid of losing was never solid in the first place. The self that no longer fits. It wasn't real. Not really. It was a construction built out of habit and repetition. Like walls grown around an old house where no one lives anymore. You don't have to tear it down. You can simply stop using it as shelter. There's something quiet in the way your hands rest now. Palms open, fingers loose, resting not on anything but air. That openness is not weakness. It is a kind of knowing that you are more than what you've been carrying, more than the things you say to yourself when no one else is listening, more than the roles that once required your attention every morning. The shape you've worn for so long, tense, prepared, always ready, is beginning to dissolve in silence. Not violently, not all at once, but gradually, like frost receding from a window pane in slow warmth. You don't have to do anything except let it be. Let the old contours fade, not by resisting them, but by no longer insisting they belong. Even your breath feels different now. Less like an effort and more like something that happens on its own, beneath you. It doesn't need correction. It doesn't need to become deeper or slower. And in that being, there's a kind of stillness, not because the mind has stopped moving, but because it no longer needs to be fixed. There are thoughts passing through now, but they don't stick. They arrive like birds crossing your field of vision, brief, light, unclaimed. You see them, yes, but you do not become them. The thought about how things might have gone differently if only, that too floats by without weight. It does not demand a reply. It does not need to be named. Not tonight. You are not responsible for the story of your life being coherent or complete. You don't owe anyone a narrative arc with resolution and meaning. There is no final scene waiting for you in this dark room. Only now, the slow warmth of blanket against skin, the quiet pulse at the base of your neck, the way sound fades into silence when you stop listening. The idea that you must be someone specific, someone whole, steady, unshaken, is not a rule. It is just another layer added over time, like paint on old wood, but it was never part of what's underneath. That deeper thing, the quiet awareness in your chest, the feeling of being here, even when thoughts fade. It has always been present, unchanged, not fixed by anything you've done or failed to do. You are not required to earn your right to be in this moment. You don't need to prove that you belong. The room does not care who you were before it opened its doors tonight. It doesn't ask for credentials, accomplishments, apologies. It simply holds space, softly, without condition. Let the version of yourself that no longer fits just rest. Not in shame, but in peace. Not as a loss, but as completion. Like leaves detaching from a tree, not because they're dying, but because their season has passed and it is time to let go. No need to fight it, no need to mourn it. You are not the person you were yesterday. You are not even the same person you were 5 minutes ago. And that is not failure. It is movement. It is life. The self is not a fixed thing. It is a process, a current, shifting through time and feeling. Not something to hold on to, but something to move with. There's no reason why you must remain the shape you've worn for years. You are free, not because someone granted it to you, but because the world does not demand that you stay in place. The ground beneath you doesn't care what story you tell about yourself. It only knows that you are here. This body breathing, this awareness present. Even the ache of holding on to a version that no longer fits. It is not pain, really. It is just sensation. A feeling passing through. Like wind across skin. It does not have to be met with resistance. You can let it be there without believing in it, without giving it power. The past self, the one who wore the coat too tight, who stood too straight, who spoke as if every word had to carry weight, has already left. Not disappeared, not destroyed, just released. And you are not responsible for its memory anymore. There is no need to apologize for becoming something new. There is no debt owed to who you used to be. You didn't fail her. You simply outgrew her. As trees grow past their sapling shape, and begin to stretch toward light in a different way. The idea of being behind, of not having arrived, is only a thought built on old expectations. It assumes that there is a destination, a point where you must be finished, complete, settled. But no one has said such a place exists. No authority ever issued the decree. You must become someone by this time tomorrow. There is no clock ticking inside your chest. There's only breath, rising and falling, and silence between thoughts that does not need to be filled. Even the desire to be more, to do better, to prove something, you can let it rest too. Not because you're lazy or unworthy, but because you've already been enough. Just by being here, by lying down, by allowing yourself this quiet, you are allowed to be soft, to be incomplete, to not know what comes next. That is not failure, it is honesty. The self that no longer fits, you don't have to carry it into the dark. You can let it go, not with regret, but with release. Not because you've lost something, but because you've found space where nothing needs to be held. There's a difference between being empty and being open. One is absence. The other is possibility. No better self waiting at the finish line. Just this. Your body in bed, your breath slow and steady, your mind loosening its grip on every shape it has tried to wear. Even the thought of returning to yourself tomorrow, that too can drift away. Not because you're forgetting, but because you no longer need to hold on to a version that was never yours to begin with. The self is not something you possess. It is something you pass through, like light passing through glass. You are not a thing to be guarded. You are not a name to be defended. You are a quiet presence in the dark, breathing without effort, thinking without need for answers. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight, not even the idea of needing to let go. You don't have to do anything except be just as you are. The shape that no longer fits, you don't have to fix it. You just have to stop trying to wear it. And in that letting go, there's a kind of peace, not because everything is solved, but because nothing needs solving anymore. You are allowed to rest without purpose, without reason, without merit, just here in the quiet, dark, with no one watching, no one listening, no expectation, only breath, only stillness, only this moment, soft, open, unclaimed, and you don't have to be anything in it. You already are. There is a slow uncurling in the quiet between breaths, like roots loosening from soil after rain. Not a forceful shedding, no tearing or urgency, but something older, quieter. The way moss releases its hold on stone when the dampness returns. You are not pushing anything away. There is no need to. The shape that once defined you has simply ceased to be needed. It was never more than a pattern worn into your skin by time and habit, something you believed in because it had become familiar, like the weight of a coat that fits too tightly until you realize you've been carrying it through seasons already past. The mind remembers what it's learned, but memory is not loyalty. The image of yourself from 6 months ago, the way you stood, the tone you used, even how your hands moved when speaking, was never real in the first place. It was only a reflection caught in glass that no longer exists. And now, as the dark deepens and the room grows still, there is space where that image can simply dissolve without noise or resistance. There is no need to mourn it, not because you're indifferent, but because indifference isn't necessary. You are not required to feel anything about what has already left. The idea of loss comes from thinking that something must be preserved. But preservation doesn't belong here. This is a place where things are allowed to pass, like shadows moving across a wall at dusk. No one asks them to stay. You notice how the weight in your chest isn't gone exactly, but it's changed. It no longer feels like pressure. It feels more like stillness, waiting to be named. Not emptiness, not fullness, but an absence of demand. The body knows this kind of quiet better than the mind ever will. A long stretch between heartbeats, the moment after your breath has settled and before it rises again. You don't have to do anything with that stillness. There's no purpose to be found in it. It isn't meant to lead anywhere. You aren't being asked to make sense of it or use it for something. It simply is, like a stone resting at the bottom of a stream, not resisting flow, but quietly accepting what passes over and through. There's comfort in that kind of acceptance, not because it fixes anything, but because it stops trying. The act of holding on isn't courage, it's just habit, wearing the mask of strength. And tonight, you can let that go without fear, because nothing collapses when you release a shape that no longer fits. The ground doesn't move. The room doesn't tilt. You are not falling apart. You're simply becoming less fixed. You remember how hands used to clench when something felt uncertain. The way fingers curled into fists, even when there was nothing to defend. But now, in this dark, your hands lie open on the blanket, palms up, as though waiting for light to fall, without needing to catch it, not reaching, not holding, just receiving. There's no need to prove you've changed. No one is watching. The self that once needed approval from every glance or word has already been left behind. Just like a jacket abandoned on a chair after the last guest has gone home. It still occupies space, yes, but it doesn't matter anymore. You don't have to explain why it's there. You are not being replaced. You're just no longer needing to be someone who was never meant to stay. The body remembers this better than language ever could. How the spine softens when you stop trying to stand straight for everyone else. How shoulders drop not from defeat, but from relief. Like a branch finally letting go of snow it has carried all winter. There is no story here that needs to be told. No arc needing completion. The past self didn't fail. You simply stopped being her. Not by choice, not by effort, but because life moves forward and you moved with it. Like water, finding new paths through old cracks in the earth. You don't have to think about what comes next. There's no requirement that meaning be made from this moment. You aren't being asked to decide who you will become. Not tonight. Maybe not ever. The idea of becoming someone is just another shape, another frame you might try to fit into, and it doesn't belong here. The breath continues on its own. No need to control it. No need to guide it or correct it. It moves in and out without instruction, like a tide that knows the shore by heart. You don't have to be responsible for how it flows, only aware of it as it is. The way silence settles after sound isn't something you do. It just happens. And so does this quiet inside your mind. Not because you've calmed down or fixed anything, but because there's nothing left to defend. No one to prove yourself to. No version of you that must survive the night. Even the thought of tomorrow, how it might be different, how you'll need to show up again, is only a shadow passing through the mind. Not real, not urgent. Just another shape moving across your awareness like smoke in wind. You can let it pass without stopping or naming it. There is no requirement that this moment be meaningful. It doesn't have to mean anything to anyone but you. And even then, not for long. That's what makes it safe. The fact that nothing needs to last. You are not a story being told, not a character in progress. You're just here, lying down, breathing slowly, feeling the warmth of your own body under covers that have grown soft from use and time. The fabric remembers you too, not as who you were, but as someone who has lain like this before and will again. No one is asking for perfection. No one expects completion. There's no test to pass or score to meet. You are not being judged by an invisible audience whose rules you once tried to follow. That crowd has already gone home. The lights have dimmed. The stage is empty. So let the rest of it go, not with regret, but without weight. Not as loss, but as release, as something that was never yours to carry anyway. You don't need to hold on to anything, not even the idea of being free. That's just another thing to cling to. And so you can let that go too, without guilt or effort. There is no self to protect anymore, no identity to preserve. You're not a building needing walls, but something open and porous, like air moving through trees in stillness, like stars appearing without warning in the sky, like a river flowing where no one has mapped it before. You are not disappearing into nothing. You are becoming what you've always been, present. Not for any reason, not to achieve anything, not even to be seen, just present, unclaimed, not claimed by past or future, not owned by anyone's expectation. The mind slows because there is no task left, no goal, no need to prepare, to fix, to explain. Even the sense of time softens. No longer a line you must walk, but something that flows like water beneath your feet. You don't have to move forward or backward. You just are. And in that being, not striving, not performing, the body begins to settle deeper into the mattress, as if it has been waiting for this moment all along. The quiet surrender of weight, of effort, of resistance. There is no need to be anything at all, except what you already are. Not more, not less. Just here. The room holds its breath in softness. The dark moves gently around your edges, like a tide that doesn't ask for return. And if there is stillness between thoughts, it isn't empty. It's full of nothing needing to be done, nothing needing to be said, no one waiting on you. Just this, just now, just being, without shape, without need. The way a leaf falls without apology, drifting down through still air, unburdened by its own descent. There is no effort to land softly, only the quiet certainty that landing is not the point. You are not falling toward anything but yourself, as you always were beneath all the names and roles. The shape of you isn't being rewritten. It's been unwritten already, in silence, long before this thought arrived. No one taught it to you. No one gave permission. That person was never real, not as a fixed thing, but only a series of movements in response, reactions shaped by what others said or expected. You are not that shape. You are the space between the words they spoke and the way you listened to them. The pause before reply, the quiet behind the smile. All of it has already passed through you like wind through an open window. Not stopped, not held, but simply gone on. You are no longer responsible for what's been left behind. Not the words that hurt, not the silence that felt heavy. Not the time spent trying to prove a version of yourself that never needed proving. You were never required to be anyone's idea of steady or strong. That expectation was not yours. It came from outside, like dust settling on a shelf no one touched. And now it is gone too. The body knows this more clearly than the mind. It has been waiting for release without knowing its name. The way your shoulder settles deeper into the pillow, as if gravity itself were inviting you to let go. How your fingers relax at your sides, not because they've made a decision, but because tension simply stopped being necessary. There is no purpose in holding on anymore. No reason to keep the muscles taut or the breath shallow. Even the thoughts that linger, those quiet echoes of things said or unsaid are not yours to carry into tomorrow. They are passing through, like birds at dusk moving over a field you don't own. You do not have to meet them, name them, explain them. They fly on their own paths, and so can you. There is no test in this moment, no audience watching from behind the curtain, not even an invisible self that needs to be validated. What remains is not performance. It is simply presence, unwoven from effort, unshaped by desire or fear. You are not becoming anything, not transforming, not awakening. You are already here as you always were beneath all attempts to define yourself. The dark does not ask for answers. The quiet doesn't demand a story. Even the silence between heartbeats is not waiting for meaning. It simply is, and so can you. Without explanation, without proof, without ever having to say who you are or why you matter. You don't have to be anything at all, only what you already are. There is no need to gather yourself together tonight. No task of pulling loose threads back into a hole. You were never meant to be stitched, not fixed, not repaired. The shape you're in now, the one that feels too soft, too quiet, too unformed, is not failure. It's not emptiness. It's simply what happens when the effort stops. The mind doesn't need to be filled with ideas or memories or plans. It can rest, just as a river flows without needing to explain its path, or clouds drift without needing approval from the sky. You are not required to arrive anywhere, only to be here, not for anyone's sake, not even your own. Even the thought of tomorrow, the way it might ask you to be different, stronger, sharper, is only another passing shape, like a shadow crossing the floor when someone walks by. It comes and goes without leaving a mark. You do not need to prepare for it. You don't have to carry its weight into this moment. There is no rule that says you must be ready before rest. This stillness isn't earned. It's given, freely, quietly, like the way morning light returns, even when no one notices. You are not owed peace, but it comes anyway, because there is nothing left to fight for, no self to defend, no future to protect, not even a past that demands recognition. You don't need to be known, not by others, not by yourself. The desire to be seen, once so loud, has softened into something quieter, not absence, but ease. Like the way air moves through trees when no one is listening, It does not seek approval. It simply exists. Even your breathing, the slow rise and fall beneath the blanket, is not a performance, not an effort, just movement happening naturally, as if the body has remembered how to be soft after all these years of holding on. No need to deepen it or control it. It flows where it needs to, without demand, like water finding its way through stone. There is no task left to complete, no message to deliver, not even a single thought that must remain intact. You are not required to remember anything, nor to forget. The mind can simply let go, without regret, without fear of losing itself, because it has never truly been something to lose. Even the idea of being you is no longer urgent. It doesn't need defending, doesn't require proof. It's just a word for this moment. The way light falls across your closed eyes when you are still, the way warmth spreads through your limbs like roots settling into earth. Not identity, just presence. There is nothing to become, nothing to prove, no story to finish. The night does not care how long it takes. It will stay open, whether you sleep or wake, whether you think or stop thinking. There is no demand for completion, only this, the quiet unfolding of being, without name, without need. The edges of your awareness soften into the dark, not dissolving, but simply returning to where they always belonged. Not separate, not apart, but part of something older than thought. Not a self, not an idea, just a presence that is neither here nor there, but simply this. And so you can let go without resistance, without effort, because nothing needs to be held. The shape you've been trying to fit into has already slipped away like mist at dawn. It was never yours to keep. And now, in the soft space between breaths, where thought begins to thin and dissolve, you are not less than before. You are simply more true. There is no need to hold yourself together anymore. Not even the idea of being whole. That too has passed through you like a whisper over water. The body knows what it needs. Not structure, not certainty, but rest. Not because it's earned, but because it's allowed. Even the quiet ache, the soft sense of loss for who you thought you were, is not something to fix. It is only another feeling passing through, like warmth from sunlight on skin that doesn't linger long enough to be called anything permanent. You don't have to explain it or make it go away. Just let it move. And as the breath slows further, each one longer than the last, the space between thoughts grows wider, not empty, not waiting, but full of stillness that does not ask for attention. It is simply here, unclaimed, undemanding. There is no need to be anything at all, Not now, not ever. You are already enough, not because you've done something, or said the right thing, or been seen, but because you exist quietly in this dark, breathing softly, letting go with every passing moment. The shape of you isn't broken. It's just no longer being held. And that is not a loss. It's freedom. Not escape. Not surrender. Just release into what has always been. The quiet, unbroken continuity of presence. Without name. Without aim. Without demand. You are not required to be anyone in particular. No one is waiting for you to show up as someone else. The world moves on without your permission, and so can you, with no need to justify or explain your stillness. Even the thought that this might be too soft, too easy, to let go like this is only another shape passing through, not a truth. It doesn't matter if it feels strange, if it feels unfamiliar. You don't have to make sense of it. You just have to rest in it. The weight you've carried tonight isn't a burden that must be lifted. It's a shape that has simply outgrown its form. It settles now, not as something to carry, but as something to release. The way dust drifts from an old book left open in the sun. No force needed, no effort, just slow motion through still air. You don't have to decide what it means. You only have to notice that it is drifting away on its own. There's a quiet place where thoughts do not build toward conclusion, but simply fall like leaves into water and sink without a sound. Not vanished, never gone, but no longer urgent. The mind doesn't need to hold them in order for them to exist. It can let them pass through as clouds pass over the sky, not because they are unimportant, but because their passage is enough. No record needed, no memory to preserve. You have spent so much time shaping your own silence into something that fits a version of you from earlier. Someone who still believed in fixed outlines, in names that meant something more than breath and shadow. But the night doesn't care about those lines anymore. It holds space without drawing borders. It lets things be what they are, not full, not empty, but simply as they appear. There is no longer a need to define your presence by how it fits in. The walls you once thought needed reinforcing, your self-image, the way you speak when you're tired, the stories about who you've been and should be are already softening at the edges, not failing, not breaking, just becoming less solid. Like clay left out in the rain, it doesn't collapse. It just changes form. Even the ache isn't a wound that demands healing. It's not evidence of damage. It's simply sensation, raw, unprocessed. The kind that comes when something inside you shifts its orientation to the world. Not loss, not grief, just movement. The way roots stretch underground without sound, finding new paths in dark soil where light has never been. You are not standing at a threshold between who you were and who you might become. You're already on the other side of that thought, on the far edge of needing to arrive somewhere. There is no destination to reach, no one waiting for your arrival. The path doesn't demand anything from you, except that you walk it as lightly as possible, without clutching at the bark or naming every tree. The self isn't something you must protect. It's not a thing to preserve like a relic in a glass case. It's a current, slow, continuous, changing course with time and temperature. And when you stop trying to fix it, to measure it, to explain it, to stop thinking of it as a version that either succeeded or failed, you begin to notice something deeper, the quiet rhythm beneath all effort, the breath before thought, the silence between two notes in music no one hears. It's not about becoming anything new. It's about allowing what already is, this body, this stillness, this awareness, to simply be unclaimed by identity, not yours, not mine, just here, unowned. And that is how it has always been. You didn't arrive at this moment. You've only finally stopped running from the fact of your own presence. There's no need to prove you're real, or present, or awake. The body knows what it needs. Not confirmation, not praise, not even peace, but rest. Not as a reward for good behavior, not because you've earned it, just because it is possible, because there is space enough in the night for such things. The mind doesn't have to be still to be quiet. It can move, thoughts rising and falling like tides, and still be part of the same deep calm. The sea does not become less ocean when waves pass through it. Neither do you become less whole when thoughts come and go. You are not their keeper, not their judge, just their witness. And even that is unnecessary. There's a difference between being aware and needing to understand. Awareness doesn't require answers. It only asks for attention. Gentle, unforced attention to what is already here. The coolness beneath your arm, the slow rise of your chest. The way the dark behind closed eyelids isn't empty, but full of quiet possibility, not waiting for you to fill it with meaning, but simply existing as a kind of shelter. You don't have to be steady in order to belong to stillness. You can tremble and still sink into rest. You can feel unsure and still be home. The body doesn't require certainty. It only requires permission. And that is already granted. Not because you did anything, but simply because this moment exists. There's a softness spreading through your limbs. Not warmth exactly, not sleep either, but something older than both. The feeling of being held by absence, not loneliness, not emptiness, but the kind of holding that comes from knowing nothing needs to be filled. The space between heartbeats is already full. The silence before thought is already complete. You are not required to remember who you were in order to know who you are now. You don't have to explain your feelings or justify why some thoughts linger while others vanish. No one will ask for receipts. There's no record being kept. Just this. The slow unfurling of awareness without demand, without agenda. Even the idea that you might be forgetting something, you're not. Not really. You aren't losing anything by letting go. If there was ever a moment when it mattered to know, it has already passed. Now, what matters is only being present, just as you are, in this unremarkable dark, breathing without effort, resting without apology. The shape of your mind doesn't have to stay the same. It's never been fixed. It's always been passing through itself, like a river moving over stones that shift beneath it each season. The current is not lost because the bed changes form. It simply flows differently, and you are part of that flow, not separate, not trapped, but just moving. You don't have to carry your thoughts like luggage across mountains. You can let them go with no regret and no need for return. Not even a single one needs to be saved. The past is already behind you, no longer present, never waiting. It has become part of the air around you, not something to hold on to anymore. Even the question that rises now, the quiet whisper that asks whether this stillness might be too fragile, too fleeting, isn't a threat. It's just another current passing through awareness. And like all currents, it doesn't need to stay. It can drift away on its own, unnoticed, unclaimed, simply part of the dark's endless turn. There is no requirement that you become anything at all. Not even peace, not even stillness, just this, a body breathing in quiet darkness, a mind letting go without needing to know why. No need to explain it, no need to prove its truth. It only needs to be, and that, this very breath, this slow return to the dark, is more than enough. The edges of your awareness don't have to be sharp. They can blur into the night like ink in water, Not vanishing, but becoming something else entirely. Not lost, just not fixed anymore. And that is what allows you to sink deeper into a kind of presence that doesn't need definition, doesn't require effort, doesn't demand anything back. You are not running from yourself. You're simply no longer trying to catch up with an image of who you thought you should be. The version you've been holding onto was never real. It was only ever a reflection, flickering in the glass of memory or expectation. But now, in this quiet space between breaths, there is no mirror, no one watching, just what remains when all performance has stopped. And that is enough, not because it's perfect, not because it's complete, because it is simply here, unclaimed, unforced, undemanding, a shape without need, a presence without purpose. And still, it holds you, not tightly, not possessively, but gently, like the air cradling a leaf that has let go of the branch and knows only to fall where it will. There's no need to be steady, no need to stay awake. Even if your eyes remain closed, even if your thoughts rise again, there is still room for rest. Not as an achievement, not as a victory, but as something that simply happens when you stop trying to make it happen. There is only the slow release of weight from the shoulders that have carried it without knowing they were carrying anything at all. The breath moves through you like a tide pulling back over damp sand. No force, no urgency, just the quiet retreat of what was once held too close. You are not being asked to carry yourself any differently than you already do. There is no standard to meet, no posture to maintain, not even an image of how you should appear in this stillness. The only thing that matters is that you remain here, this body, these senses, the dark settling around you as if it had always known your shape. You don't have to explain why certain thoughts arrive or where they came from. They come like clouds passing over a field at dusk. No permission needed, no reason required. The sky does not question them. It simply receives them and lets them pass through the light without holding on. And so can you. You are not responsible for what moves in your mind, not even the ones that linger longer than usual. They do not need to be understood or dismissed, just observed, like a bird landing briefly on a branch before flying off again. No farewell needed, no moment marked. The idea of being fixed, it never was real. It only felt solid because you looked at it from inside your own shape and shaped the world around that feeling. But now, in this soft dark, there is no outside to measure against. No one to see if you've changed or stayed the same. There's just breath and silence. And a quiet unfolding that doesn't ask for proof of continuity. You don't have to be anything you were yesterday. Not even your own memory needs to stay consistent. The self isn't a structure built to endure. It is a current that shifts with what it touches. You are not losing yourself by letting go. You are simply no longer trying to contain what cannot be contained. Like water in a cracked cup, the flow doesn't stop because the vessel fails. It simply moves elsewhere, reshapes itself around new edges. The same liquid still exists, only now it has found a different way of being present. There is no loss when something changes its form. Only transformation. The thought that you might be falling apart if you let go. This too can be set down. Not because it's false, but because it doesn't need to stay with you. You are not fragile just because your shape feels different now. The mind isn't a glass jar meant to remain unbroken. It is more like the air that passes through a forest when wind moves between trees. The space itself, shifting and alive, without needing to be preserved in any one configuration. Even the memory of who you thought you were, this version, this image, this outline drawn in expectations, is not gone. It's just no longer central. Like an old photograph left out on a table, fading slightly at the edges because it's been exposed too long to light that isn't its own. But even as it fades, the moment remains not preserved, but still part of the pattern. Not needed to be held, not required to stay whole. There is no need for you to return to yourself, because you were never lost in the first place. There was only a belief that you had been missing something. And now, without needing to find it, you are simply here, with your breath, with your body, with this dark that holds you like soil cradles roots. You don't have to be steady. You don't need to stay awake. The mind may wander again. No problem. It can drift through old worries, familiar regrets, the ghost of unfinished conversations. Each one is just a shadow passing across your awareness, not a command to follow, not even the feeling that you should return to calm. There's no demand for it to be perfect. The breath continues whether you notice or not, and so does the quiet. The weight you've been carrying, it wasn't yours to carry from the beginning. It was only ever something borrowed, like a coat left behind in a room by someone who didn't know they'd never come back. You picked it up out of habit, draped it over your shoulders because it seemed familiar. But now, you can let it fall without guilt or shame. No one will miss it. The coat doesn't belong to anyone anymore. Even the need to be understood. This too is not required. Not tonight. There's no one listening for a meaning in how you breathe, or why your thoughts come back again and again. You are not being judged on whether your stillness looks right, or if it feels deep enough. The dark doesn't care about depth. It only knows presence. There is no performance here. No script to follow. Not even the act of lying quietly needs to be done well. There's no audience watching for signs that you're truly letting go. Just this. A body resting, a mind settling without demand. And in that lack of pressure, something opens, not because you achieved it, but because you stopped trying. The shape of your thoughts changes constantly, like the way shadows shift on stone when sunlight moves through trees above. The same surface, different light, not broken, not altered beyond repair, just seen differently. You are not less than you were before. You are simply no longer bound to a version that required constant maintenance. There is peace in release, not because it's new or dramatic, but because there's nothing left to hold. The idea that you might be too soft, too open, too unguarded is just another thought passing through. It doesn't need to stay. You are not being asked to protect yourself from anything tonight. Not even the possibility of feeling something raw or exposed. The dark is not a place for defense. It's a place where things can simply be. You don't have to prove you're safe. You don't need to show that you've arrived at stillness. There's no test, no scorecard. Just this, breath after breath, silence between the moments, the slow letting of everything fall into its own natural space. No effort required, not even attention. Even the thought that maybe you should be doing something different. This can be let go too. You are not failing because you're lying here with your eyes closed. You are not missing anything by not engaging. The act of being in itself is sufficient. It doesn't need to accomplish or produce. It simply is. There's no reason to rush into sleep. No urgency to reach the other side of this dark. Even if it lasts all night or longer than that, there is still room for rest. Not as a goal, not as something you must earn, but as a quiet happening, like rain on leaves in the early morning, the kind that falls without being noticed by anyone who isn't already listening. You are not required to be anything other than what you are right now, even if it's just this, aware, breathing, lying still, with no intention beyond staying present. The mind does not have to fix itself. It doesn't need to become whole again. It only needs to stop insisting on being a certain kind of thing. The body is tired, not from work or effort, but from having been awake so long in the shape it thought it needed to be. Now, without that pressure, it can simply release into warmth, like soil after rain, softened, open, letting go not out of weakness, but because there is no longer anything resisting. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight, not even this feeling of quiet, or the sense that something has shifted. You don't have to know why you're here now, or how long you've been lying like this with your eyes shut and your breath slow. The past doesn't need to stay attached. The future isn't waiting yet. There is only the dark and the soft weight of your body on the bed, and the air moving through your chest without needing to be perfect, and the sense that you are no longer trying to become someone who fits somewhere else. And so, there it is. This quiet not being something, not fixing, not proving, not defending. You are learning how to rest without needing to be convinced that it is safe. Not because you've proven anything to yourself, but because your body has already begun to believe what your mind still hesitates to say, that stillness isn't a risk. It's an invitation. The way the blanket drapes over your legs feels like something returning home, not something put on for show. It doesn't ask for praise or explanation. It simply stays. You don't have to explain why you're here now, or what you've been through today, or how long you've carried this feeling of being too much and yet never enough. The dark already knows. It holds no expectations. There's a quiet in the air that isn't silence, but something softer, like still water under glass, where movement exists without disturbance. You don't need to name it. You don't have to pull it closer or make space for it. It is here, and you are not apart from it. The thoughts that used to rush in like wind through open windows now come more slowly, as if the air has thinned between them, leaving room where there was once pressure. The idea of being someone fixed, someone with a shape that must be maintained, is beginning to loosen at the edges. Not because you've decided it's wrong, but because you're no longer needing it. There is no need to defend what you are or who you were yesterday. The person you thought you had to become has already faded into background noise, like old music playing too low in another room. Present but irrelevant now. And that fading isn't loss, it's release. You don't have to carry every version of yourself forward. Not the one who stood up for themselves too loudly. Not the one who held back when they should have spoken. Not even the one who believed their silence was strength. These versions were real while they lasted. They served their purpose. But now, there is no reason to keep them folded inside you, like old letters never meant to be read. Even the weight of regret doesn't need a place in this night. It isn't gone, but it's not needed here either. You can let it lie where it is, the way moss settles on stone, slowly covering what was once sharp and exposed, until even its presence feels less urgent. The shape you thought you must wear has already begun to dissolve into the air around you. Not because you've changed your mind, but because no one ever held you accountable for being anything more than this moment. The body remembers how to soften before the mind catches up. Your hands have stopped clenching against the sheet. The shoulders are no longer braced against what might come. There's a warmth spreading through your chest. Not heat, not fever, but something like sunlight after rain, slow and steady, seeping into places that used to feel tight with vigilance. The mind doesn't need to be fixed. It never did. It only needed permission to stop trying. There is no right way to be in the dark. No rule book about how still you must stay or how long you may linger without moving. You are not being evaluated, not even by yourself. The silence isn't judging your breath, nor measuring it against some imagined ideal of calm. It's simply holding space, not for perfection, but for what is. You don't have to be whole. You don't need to feel complete. You're just here, lying down, breathing in and out. That's enough. The idea that you must arrive somewhere, must reach peace or clarity, is another thought passing through, not a command. It doesn't matter if the mind is quiet now or still racing with fragments of yesterday. What matters is this: your body is resting, your breath isn't being forced, and nothing in this moment asks you to do anything other than be. There's a kind of listening that happens when you stop trying to understand, when you simply let sounds drift past without labeling them. A distant car passing, the creak of old wood settling in the walls, the faint hum of electricity somewhere far away. They don't need names. They don't need meaning. You're not supposed to make sense of them. Just notice that they are there. Like clouds moving across a sky you can't see, but know is wide and open. And so it goes, this quiet, not needing to be anything at all. Not even awareness itself requires effort. Awareness doesn't have to be sharp or focused. It can drift like smoke, thin and slow, rising from where the body has begun to let go. You're not failing because your thoughts return to old patterns. You're not weak for feeling tired in ways that aren't physical. The mind is still learning how to rest when it's been trained all its life to stay alert. But tonight, it doesn't have to be alert anymore. It can simply be awake, like a room lit only by moonlight, where no one needs to turn on the main lights. There's something gentle about this not knowing, not ignorance, not emptiness, a kind of softness in holding nothing. The way water fills a bowl without trying to make it full, just receiving what comes. You don't have to fill yourself with answers or purpose. You can just be filled by the quiet, like soil after rain, open and waiting, not for something new, but for the chance to stay still. The idea that you must always be improving, that you should be better tomorrow than you are today, is another story told in a different season. Not this one. Tonight there is no need to grow or evolve or become more of anything. Just being, this breath, this weight on the mattress, the slow rise and fall of your chest is enough. Even the ache in your shoulder, yes, that one. You can let it be. You don't have to fix it. You don't even have to notice it all the time. It's just part of what you're holding now. The way a stone sits at the bottom of a stream, worn smooth by time and water, no longer needing to prove its shape. There is no requirement that you understand why things are as they are. No need to explain your thoughts, justify your feelings, or defend your silence. The dark doesn't ask for explanations. It only asks, by being there, for permission to simply be with what is. And so, you allow it. Not because you've solved anything, but because you're tired of trying to solve everything. You don't have to carry the weight of all that could have been or should have been. The past isn't waiting for your apology. The future hasn't yet arrived. There's only this, breath after breath, the softness beneath your back, the silence growing deeper, not because it has replaced noise, but because you've stopped fighting its presence. You are not a thing to be held together with care or fear. You are a movement, not fixed, not permanent, not even solid. Like wind through trees at dusk, shifting, passing through, leaving no mark behind except the quiet after it's gone. There is nothing here you have to hold tonight. Not this breath, not this stillness, not even the shape of your body on the bed. Nothing that needs to be saved or preserved. Not even the feeling of being almost asleep. No need to cling to that either. Let it drift like a leaf caught in slow water, turning gently without resistance. The mind doesn't have to know where it's going. It just has to stop pretending it needs a map. The body knows how to rest when given space. The heart remembers how to quiet itself when not asked to perform. And you are simply allowed to be here in this moment as you are. There is no need for arrival, no final state to reach, just the soft unfolding of what already is, quiet, unhurried, without demand or expectation. You don't have to earn rest. You're not being tested on your ability to let go. This isn't a trial, it's just night. And you are part of it. Not apart from it, but woven into its quiet fabric, like thread in cloth. Invisible, but essential. The thought that something is missing, that perhaps you should be doing more or feeling differently, can simply rest where it lands, like dust settling on a shelf no one uses. No need to sweep it away. Just let it stay. It's not going anywhere. Neither are you. There is space between your thoughts now. Not a void, not emptiness, but a quiet interval like the pause between two notes in a song you've heard before, but can't quite name. It doesn't demand to be filled. You don't need to place a word into it or shape it with intention. This gap isn't waiting for you to fix it. It is already whole, just as it is, like air that has never been asked to hold anything heavier than its own weight. You are not required to carry the story of who you used to be through every step you take in this dark room. The version of yourself that believed it needed to be certain, or strong, or always prepared for what comes next. It is still here, yes, but only as a shadow passing over the floor at dusk. It doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't even have to be acknowledged anymore. You can let it move through you like morning light across a wall. Brief, warm, and then gone. There's no one waiting on the other side of this stillness to say whether what you're doing is enough. No audience formed in silence that judges your breaths or counts your thoughts. The night doesn't keep score. It only holds space for whatever shows up. The ache in your leg, the memory of a phrase spoken too softly, the feeling of being slightly out of place even here, where you've always belonged. And yet, there is no reason to push against it. No need to prove that you're real by making noise or stirring something into motion. You don't have to be noticed in order to exist. The darkness isn't asking for a performance. It doesn't care if your body is perfectly aligned or if your mind has settled completely. All it asks in its slow way is that you stay just as you are. There's no need to define yourself by how much you've changed. No demand that every shift must have meaning. The river flows not because it explains itself, but because the land slopes gently toward the sea. You don't have to explain your turning. You only have to allow it, to let go of the idea that each change needs a reason behind it. Even the sense of being incomplete, of feeling as though something vital is missing, is just another layer of sensation in the quiet. Like dust on glass you haven't noticed until moonlight hits it. It isn't proof of failure. It doesn't mean you've fallen short. It's simply part of what you're carrying right now. The way a coat might carry rain from an earlier day. Still damp, but no longer needing to be carried. You don't have to clean it off. You don't even have to know why it's there. Let the thought sit where it is, like a pebble in your pocket that you forgot about until today. It doesn't need to go anywhere. It's not causing harm. It just exists, and so can you. The shape of who you are isn't carved in stone or written in ink. It's made from how you breathe when no one is watching, how you still when the world feels too loud, what you allow yourself to feel without fixing it. You're not a finished thing. You never were. And that is exactly where your freedom lies. Not in becoming something, but in resting within this moment of being. The mind doesn't have to know how to stop thinking. It just has to stop trying to control the stream. The thoughts come and go like birds passing through an open window. They don't stay because you want them to, nor do they leave because you're tired of hearing them. They simply move on when their time is done. You don't have to guide them. You don't even need to follow. Just let the air shift around your thoughts as it will. Soft, slow, unhurried, like breath moving through a still forest at dawn. There's no one waiting for you to arrive somewhere perfect or finally become who they said you might be. No future version of yourself is judging this present one. The person you're meant to grow into isn't hiding behind the next decision or the next day. They are not out there, beyond your reach. They are already here, in this breath, in this body, in this moment where nothing needs to happen. You don't need permission to be soft. You don't have to earn stillness by doing something first. The quiet isn't a reward for effort. It's just what happens when you stop trying to make it appear. The weight of your limbs on the mattress, yes, that one is not evidence of failure or weakness. It is simply how your body rests after carrying so much, like soil that has soaked in rain and no longer needs to speak. You don't have to lift yourself up just to prove you're still here. Your presence isn't measured by productivity or motion or even awareness. You are already present, just as the trees are present when they stand still after wind has passed through them, not waiting for something to happen, just being there in their own way, without explanation. Even the question of whether you're doing this right, whether lying here with your eyes closed is enough, is just another thought floating through the air, no heavier than a leaf caught in current. It doesn't need an answer. You don't have to decide what's correct or acceptable. The night already holds room for all of it. The doubt, the stillness, the wait, the light that comes and goes. You are not asked to be more than you are. There is no test being administered in the dark. No one is grading your ability to release or surrender or let go. This isn't a performance. It's just sleep. Just rest. And you don't have to earn it by proving anything about yourself first. The way light shifts across the ceiling when the street lamp outside flickers on, it doesn't need to be named. The feeling of cool air slipping through your collar, no need to hold onto that either. Let each sensation pass like a shadow over grass, leaving no mark but the quiet after it moves on. And you are not required to become anything new in order to belong here. You don't have to change shape or answer for why things feel heavy. Your presence isn't dependent on clarity or completion. It's enough that you're breathing, that your body is resting, that your mind has slowed down, even if just slightly. You are not a thing to be fixed, not an equation to solve, not a story needing a conclusion. You are simply here, woven into the quiet fabric of this night, like thread in cloth, invisible but essential. And that is enough. The shape you used to wear, that one with sharp edges and firm lines, is no longer needed. It didn't fit anyway. It never was yours to keep. But you don't have to mourn it or apologize for letting go. You can simply let the outline fade. less defined by effort and more shaped by presence. Not trying, just being. There's no need to fix the feeling that you've lost something. You haven't. You've only released it. Letting go doesn't mean you're empty. It means you're open. And openness is not weakness. It's what allows space for rest, for silence, for whatever comes next. Not because you want it to come, but because nothing needs to happen at all. The dark doesn't care about your plans or expectations. It only holds the moment as it arrives, without judgment, without demand. And so can you. Let this breath be enough. Let this stillness be complete. Let the feeling of being almost asleep, not quite there, not yet gone, be just as it is. No need to hold on or push forward. No reason to reach for something more. You are allowed to exist in the middle, where nothing has settled and nothing needs to. There is no requirement that you understand what's happening. No need to explain your feelings or justify why your mind won't quiet down. Just let it be. This turning, this softening, this slow surrender into not knowing. The body knows how to rest when the mind stops fighting. The heart remembers how to still itself when not asked to perform. You are not a thing that must be proven or preserved. The shape you've worn through days that felt too long, those edges carved by effort, those contours shaped by expectation, are no longer pressing against your skin the way they used to. There's a softness now in how you hold yourself, not because you've become something lighter, but because the weight of needing to be someone specific has simply loosened its grip. It didn't vanish. It just stopped being held so tightly. The air near the window is still warm from the day, though the light outside has long since turned to a quiet gray blue beneath the eaves. That warmth isn't staying. It's already moving out through the cracks in the frame, slipping away like breath released into cold night. And you don't need to catch it or keep it close. It doesn't matter if it leaves. You notice how your fingers rest on the blanket now, no longer pressing down, no longer needing to be sure they're in place. They are just there, not doing anything, not waiting for a signal, just lying where they've fallen, like stones resting after a long journey across gravel. No reason to move them, no need to rearrange what's already settled. The mind is not a machine that must run until it stops on its own. It doesn't have to grind out meaning or proof of worth before silence can take over. You don't have to finish the story your thoughts were telling about who you are, how things went wrong, whether there was time enough to be allowed to rest. There's a difference between holding on to an idea and letting it pass through like wind through an open door. One keeps the air still, trapped behind closed panes. The other lets it move freely, unbothered by who might come in or where it goes next. You don't need to decide what the day meant, only that you're here now, breathing, aware of the slow rise and fall beneath your ribs, the way each inhale pulls in a little more stillness than the last. That's enough. Not because anything has changed, but because nothing needs to change at all. The thought about the unfinished email, it doesn't need to be answered tonight. The one about what someone might think if they knew, no reply is required. The way your shoulders tighten when you remember a tone of voice from last week, let it soften like wax in low heat, not by pushing it away, but simply by noticing that it's there, and then letting the attention drift elsewhere. There's no rule that says you must fix what feels incomplete. No law that demands clarity before peace can arrive. The night doesn't care about your sense of closure. It only cares that you are here, present, not because you've earned it, but simply because you are. You were never meant to carry the whole weight of yourself in one fixed shape. You're not a statue carved from certainty. You're more like water moving through stone, shaping itself around what's already there, adapting without effort, changing only as necessary, never forced into anything. And it's okay that you don't know what form this quiet might take next. It doesn't have to be defined. There's no requirement that you become something new in order to belong here. You're not being asked to perform the act of becoming, only to exist within the space where becoming isn't necessary. The outline of who you used to be, the version that stood firm, that defended its ground, that believed staying solid was survival, is beginning to blur at the edges, like ink in rainwater. Not gone, but no longer sharp. Not real enough anymore to hold on to. It's not loss, it's release. A letting go of something you never owned anyway. The idea that you needed a single identity to be whole, that your value depended on how clearly you could define yourself each morning. But definitions don't breathe. They don't rest at night. They don't move through rooms in silence, unmarked by anything but the slow turn of time. You are not defined by what you do or say or think. You're not even defined by your memory of being someone else. You're just here, in this moment, with no need to explain why you're still awake, or how long it's been, or whether sleep will come at all. The dark holds you without asking anything in return. It doesn't measure your progress, track your thoughts, demand a result. It simply is, just as you are, just as the quiet between breaths is. There's no need to become less than what you were. You don't have to erase yourself, or prove that you're not attached. Just let go of the idea that being whole means being fixed in one shape. You can be open and still, unfinished and complete, holding nothing yet full with presence. The body knows how to settle when it stops trying to stay upright through exhaustion. The heart learns to rest when it's not asked to carry every weight you've ever felt. And your mind, your restless, looping mind, is no longer required to be the one in charge of everything. Let each thought drift like a leaf caught on water. The current takes it where it will. You don't have to follow. You don't need to understand why it moves this way or that. Just let it pass, not with resistance, but with soft acknowledgement. Yes, you are here too, and then letting go. There's no destination at the end of this breath, no finish line marked by sleep arriving. There's only the space between now and what comes next, the gap where nothing has to happen. You don't have to be more than you are. You don't have to do anything other than breathe. And even that, breathing is not something you must perfect or perform. It just happens, as it always does. The warmth under the blanket is no longer about temperature. It's about containment, not holding in heat, but allowing space for stillness. Like a hollow tree where birds once nested, the shape remains, but only to hold silence now. You don't have to become someone else. You don't have to fix what feels broken. You're not being called to return to anything you left behind. What's happening here is simple. You are letting go of the need to be sure, of needing to know where this leads, of having to believe in a version of yourself that no longer fits. And in that release, there's ease. Not because everything has been resolved, not because all questions have answers, but because you've stopped trying to answer them at all. The air is moving again, low and steady, slipping through the room like something forgotten, returning gently. No name for it, no need to claim it as yours, just a current passing by, unnoticed, unclaimed. And so can you, not needing to become anything new, only letting what's already here settle deeper into its own shape. The edge of your blanket rests against your ankle. The cool touch of the sheet at your shoulder. A quiet pressure where your hand lies on your chest. You don't need to be still in order to rest. You don't have to stop thinking to belong to this moment. Just let thoughts come and go like shadows across stone. No longer chasing them, no longer trying to hold their shape. There's only the breath, only the dark, only the body lying down, not as a burden, but as proof that you are here, and that being here is enough. No need to explain why your mind wanders. No reason to apologize for where it goes. It doesn't have to return to anything. It can wander freely, like smoke lifting from an old fire, thin and unbound, not seeking a destination. And when the thought about tomorrow comes, it's just another passing shape in the air, no heavier than dust on glass. Let it float by. You don't need to respond. You don't have to remember how you felt yesterday, or worry how this will feel tomorrow. The night is not asking for anything, only that you remain present with what's already happening, not as a challenge, not as an achievement, just as a quiet offering. The simple fact of being awake, aware, still. And if sleep comes, if it slips in like water through cracked earth, you'll be there to receive it. But even if it doesn't, that's not failure. You're already resting. The shape you used to carry is no longer necessary. It never was. The weight of your breath settles into the space beneath your ribs, like something that has always belonged there. No effort, no demand, just presence. You are not managing it. You are not guiding it. It moves in its own rhythm, as if remembering a pace older than memory. The dark does not ask for proof of your attention. It only receives what is given. There's a stillness in the way light fades, even when there is no window. Just the soft absence where brightness once was. No need to mourn its departure. You don't have to reclaim it or explain why you're not seeing things anymore. The room holds its shape without needing your input. The walls are neither hollow nor full. They simply are. And so are you. The edge of your awareness brushes against the thought that this moment might be slipping through your fingers, like water from a cracked cup. But even that is only another shape passing by. It doesn't have to be held. You don't need to catch it before it's gone. Letting go isn't loss. It's not surrendering to nothingness. It's allowing the current of attention to drift back where it came from, into quiet. Your hands rest on your chest, palm down, fingers slightly curved. Not in prayer, not in tension, but simply because that is how they fall when you stop trying to make them do anything. The skin at your knuckles feels cool, almost distant, as if part of a body that has begun to dream while still awake. There's no instruction for what to do with this sensation. No command to feel more or less. It just is. Like the dust motes in air you can't quite see, but know are there. You don't have to decide whether today was long or hard or quiet. You don't need to say it was good or bad. The day has already turned its back on you and moved onward. What remains isn't a story. It's not even an event. It's only the slow settling of energy that once had purpose, now returning to stillness. No one is watching, no record being kept. The idea of identity, of being someone who must answer for their actions or hold steady against expectation, is beginning to feel thin, like paper left too long in a draft. You don't have to defend it. You don't need to explain why you're not the same as before. There's no contract requiring you to stay fixed. You are not required to keep any version of yourself alive just because you once wore it like armor. The shape that fit last year, or even yesterday, does not owe you loyalty now, and it doesn't demand anything from your future. Only release. It isn't failure that makes a thing obsolete. It's simply that time moves on, just as leaves fall without apology, just as rivers change course without warning. So too do the versions of yourself you no longer need dissolve into air, not because they were wrong, but because they've fulfilled their function. There is no shame in being outgrown, no guilt in letting go. There's only this: a body lying down, breathing, feeling its own warmth and weight against the bed. No further task than that. Not to heal, not to recover, not even to be peaceful, just to exist as something real without needing to prove it. The mind is not your enemy for wandering. It doesn't have to return to a center or stay on track. You don't need to pull it back from the edge of thought just because it's drifting towards silence. Let it go where it wants, to yesterday, to what might be, to nothing at all. No judgment, no correction. You are not required to make meaning of everything you think. Not every ripple needs a source. Some thoughts are like birds flying over fields they've never seen. No destination, no name for the land below. They only pass through, and their passage is enough. There's room in this stillness for things that cannot be named. An ache that isn't pain. A quiet that isn't emptiness. A presence that doesn't call itself by any title. You don't have to claim it or define it. It can simply be like the way shadows lengthen at dusk, without being asked to explain why. Your breath slows, not because you told it to, but because it no longer needs urgency. The air moves in and out with a quiet persistence that doesn't care about intention. It's not trying to reach anything. There is no effort behind it, only continuity. Like a river flowing beneath stone, unseen but always there. You don't have to believe in this moment for it to be real. You don't need to trust your body or your mind. Just let them be what they are. The way the earth holds its shape without needing permission. The thought that you might not sleep tonight, well, it's already passed through like smoke through a crack in a wall. It didn't leave anything behind. And even if it returns later, it won't have to stay. You've already learned how to welcome something and let it go without resistance. There's no test for whether this is enough, no standard by which you must measure your worth as someone who is awake, aware, not yet asleep. You don't need to earn the right to be here. Your being isn't conditional on performance or outcome. The hand resting on your chest doesn't have to do anything. It doesn't need to comfort, protect, or hold fast. It's simply there, as are you. No narrative required. No explanation needed for why this is happening now. Just the quiet truth of weight and warmth and breath in slow motion. You don't have to be ready for what comes next. You don't have to prepare yourself for morning. The night doesn't demand your effort. It only offers space. Room enough not just to rest, but to cease trying to be anything at all. The shape you used to carry, the one that fit when you believed certain things about yourself, when you thought you had to live a certain way, when you were afraid of being seen as less than someone else, is no longer necessary. It's not even gone. It's just not holding your attention anymore. And that's okay. There's nothing wrong with letting go. There's only the soft release of something that was never meant to last. You don't need a replacement. You don't have to build another version of yourself from scratch. The next form, when it comes, is already being shaped in silence by what remains unspoken and unnoticed. You're not required to fix anything. Not your thoughts, not your feelings, not the way you look at the world or how you've lived. You're not even responsible for making sense of any of it. It holds the memory of stillness in its bones, not as an instruction, but as a quiet knowing. This is how rest feels. This is what it means to stop carrying things that are no longer yours. There's no need for a new beginning. No ritual required to start fresh. The old self isn't dead. It's just resting. And you don't have to mourn its passing or celebrate its end. It simply lives on in the quiet, like footprints fading into sand after tide has come and gone. You are not what you think about yourself. You're not your habits, your regrets, your hopes, or even your dreams. You're not defined by anything that came before this breath, this moment of stillness in which nothing is asked of you except to be present without resistance. There's no burden in being simply awake. No shame in not knowing what happens next. The night does not care about answers. It only offers space where thoughts can pass like birds through a forest at twilight. Unseen, unclaimed, gone before they're noticed. You don't have to answer for who you were. You don't need to defend the version of yourself that no longer fits. There's no record keeping, No judgment in the dark. Just this, your body lying down, breathing slow and deep. Not because it has to, but because it can. The air around you is thick with what was never said. Words that hovered near your tongue. Plans left unspoken. Apologies that didn't come because they weren't needed anymore. You don't have to trace them back now. They're not missing. They're not lost. They've simply slipped into the quiet like a shadow lifting from stone at dawn. There's no absence in their leaving, only stillness where sound used to be. The shape you once carried, the one that leaned forward, always just a breath too tense, is beginning to soften at the edges, as if it were made of clay left out overnight and slowly reshaped by rain. It didn't break, it didn't fail. It simply changed form without asking permission. You don't need to mourn its contours or reassemble them from memory. They're not gone. They're just no longer in charge. You are not what you've done, nor what you haven't. Not the hours logged, not the words withheld, not the silence that lasted too long, or the voice that cracked under pressure. You are not the person who thought they had to hold everything together for everyone else. That version of you has already stepped back, not out of weakness, but because it no longer fits the space where you are now. The body remembers how to be unburdened, not through effort, but through letting go in ways so small they're barely noticeable. A breath that comes without tension, a hand that rests on the blanket like it doesn't know why it's there. It just is, and so are you. There is no law saying you must keep any shape at all. You don't have to be anything other than what this moment allows. No rule demands that you remain fixed in one posture of being. No need to defend the angle. No obligation to justify the stance. The night doesn't measure your worth by how much you hold on or how long you've stood still. Thoughts move through you like light through water, not as something to be caught or held, but as a passing clarity that alters nothing and changes everything simply by being seen. You don't need to decide whether they belong to you. They're not yours in the way of ownership. They're just here for now, like mist on glass before it evaporates. The mind doesn't have to finish anything tonight. It doesn't have to close any loops or tie up loose ends. The unfinished things are already being held by something older than memory. A quiet that isn't empty, but full in its own way. Full of what could be. Not because you want it, but because the night allows space for possibility without demand. You don't need to find yourself again. you never lost anything. You've only been waiting for this moment, the one where your attention slips from trying and settles into being, not performing, not proving, just resting in the way that a tree rests when roots have found their place. The self is not something you own, not even what you think of as you. It's more like weather, something passing through, shaped by wind and light, never fixed but always real while it lasts. You are not separate from this movement. You are the quiet in between breaths when nothing happens, and that stillness is enough. There's no need to be anything at all right now. Not strong, not careful, not even awake. Though you are. The difference isn't in waking or sleeping. It's in whether your mind stays tight around meaning or lets it drift like a leaf caught in the slow turn of a stream. The version of yourself that no longer fits wasn't wrong. It was necessary at its time, like a coat worn in winter that doesn't fit anymore when spring arrives. Not because it failed, but because you've grown into different air. The old shape served its purpose. Now, something else is forming, quietly, without fanfare. You don't have to build the next one. It's already here. Not as a new plan or identity, but as a breath that doesn't feel like work, as a feeling in your chest that isn't trying to say anything, as the space between two thoughts where nothing is expected. Let the idea of continuity go. You don't have to keep the story going just because it's been told before. The past isn't a path you must walk again. It doesn't need to be repeated or reclaimed. Just let it settle like dust on an old book, not erased, but no longer read. Your hands are warm where they lie across your stomach, not doing anything, not fixing, not holding on. They're simply there. Part of the stillness that isn't resisting and therefore doesn't have to fight. You don't need to be more than this moment allows, not even close. The mind has been running stories for years, but tonight it's beginning to notice something. None of them were about you. None of them had your name in them at all. They were just echoes, faint repetitions of things heard long ago, beliefs that never really belonged and only seemed real because they'd been repeated enough times. You don't have to believe any of them now. You don't even need to notice them. Just let the next one come like a cloud drifting over the moon, not blocking it, not changing it, just passing through on its own path. There's no weight in being unclaimed by your old self. No fear in letting go of the image that was once yours. No need to replace it with another. You don't have to become someone else, not even close. You are becoming what you were always meant to be. Not a person who holds on, but one who rests without reason. not someone who answers questions, but someone whose presence is enough simply because it exists. The night doesn't care about your name. It doesn't remember the roles you played or the masks you wore. It only knows how light falls across walls when no one's watching, how breath moves beneath skin when effort isn't required. You don't have to be anything now, not even a version of yourself that fits somewhere else. Just this, lying down, breathing in slow rhythm with the dark, not trying to become more than what is already true. There's room for the unclaimed, for what has no name, for what doesn't need to explain itself or ask permission. The self isn't something you carry. It's a current that flows through stillness when you stop pushing it in one direction. It doesn't have to be fixed. It doesn't have to be found. It just is. Like the way silence feels after a long day of noise. No need for words. No demand for meaning. You don't have to fix anything. You don't even have to care about fixing. Just lie here, with the quiet pressing against your skin, as if the world had decided not to ask for anything at all tonight. And so, you don't either. There's something deeper than intention in this moment, a softness that doesn't need to be earned, a stillness that isn't waiting for arrival. It was always here, just beneath the surface of everything you thought you needed to do. You are not what you've been trying to become. You're not even close to being finished. But you don't have to finish anything tonight. The old shape has already dissolved into breath and shadow. The next one isn't waiting for your approval or your plan. It's forming in the quiet where nothing is said, where no story is needed, where simply existing feels like enough. You are not required to do anything at all, except be here, not as a goal, not as an effort, just as what remains when you stop moving towards something else. Full of movements too slow to notice, breaths too quiet to hear. Stillness so deep, it doesn't even know it exists. And you are part of it, just by being here, just by breathing without purpose. There is no performance in this moment, no audience, no stage. Only the soft weight of your body on the bed and the slow drift of air through a room that has stopped waiting for anything to happen. You don't have to be ready for what comes next. You don't even need to know it's coming. The night holds everything without needing to hold on to it. And you, just as quietly, are learning how to do the same. There is no shape to the breath when it moves through you like that. No outline, no demand for symmetry. Just a slow curling inward and outward, as if gravity itself had leaned closer to listen. The way your ribs rise isn't because they're trying to reach anything. They move only because something deeper than will has already decided. Let the air in. There's no effort in it. No performance of being alive. Only the quiet acceptance that you are here. And breathing is simply part of what happens when stillness holds space. The body doesn't remember your old name. It remembers how warmth settles after cold, how pressure under the shoulder blades softens into nothing when you stop holding yourself upright for someone else's gaze. The skin doesn't care if you've been faithful to a version that no longer fits. It only knows what it feels. The cool side of the pillow, the slow creep of night through glass, the way your fingers rest on your chest, not in tension, but simply because they have nowhere else to go. You are not required to prove anything tonight, not even that you exist, though you do. That's already true without needing confirmation. The air around you doesn't ask whether you're worthy of it. It flows through the cracks between your thoughts, past the edges of words that never found a home. There is no record kept in this quiet. No ledger of what you've done or failed to be. Let go not with force, but with patience. Letting each thought slip like a leaf, losing its grip on a branch at dusk. Not because it's broken, but because the wind has already turned toward elsewhere, and nothing holds it anymore. You don't have to carry it through the dark just so it can settle somewhere else. There is no need for continuity in this moment. No obligation to be the same person from one breath to the next. The mind doesn't require a story to stay whole. Just presence, like moss growing where light barely touches. It grows without knowing why or how, simply because conditions allow. And you are allowed here. You don't need to be complete. You're already whole in the way that water is whole. When it's not being shaped into a cup, the shape of your body on the bed isn't proof of anything. Nor is your pulse against the wrist. They're just signs that something is happening. Something simple, unremarkable, and deeply true. The past has no weight now. It doesn't press down because You've stopped believing in it. Not even a whisper remains from what once felt like loss or regret. It's gone into the dark, not as absence, but as part of its own quiet expansion. You don't have to mourn what isn't there anymore. There is only this, the soft rise and fall, the stillness that doesn't need to be justified. You are not a story being told, not even close. You're more like a room left open after everyone is gone. No one came in to fix anything. No one returned to claim what was theirs. The dust settles slowly. The air stays thick with silence and the faint scent of old wood and sleep. There's nothing to clean here, nothing to repair, and yet it feels peaceful. Not because everything is fixed, but because you've stopped trying to fix. Not because you're safe, but because there's no longer a need for safety. You are not defending anything now. No fortress built on certainty. Just the bare fact of being. Lying down, breathing in time with what lies beneath all effort. The mind doesn't have to be quiet to be calm. It can wander through images that don't mean anything and still find rest. The way a shadow drifts across a wall when no one is watching. No meaning attached, no purpose behind it. Just movement following light without resistance. You are not required to know what's coming next. Not even close. There's room for mystery here, not as fear, but as allowance. Let the unknown settle in like evening fog over fields that don't belong to anyone. It doesn't ask permission. It simply arrives and stays until it fades into something else. There is no demand for identity tonight. No need to answer who you are or where you're going. You aren't even asked to stay awake. The dark already knows you're here, even when your thoughts drift far away. And the room doesn't care if you remember yourself, only that you exist in this space without resistance. You don't have to be good at stillness or skilled in letting go. It's not a talent. It's just what happens when no one is watching and nothing has to be earned. The way your hand lies on your thigh isn't an act of control. It's only the result of gravity, tired muscles, breath that doesn't need to be held. You don't have to perform being present. Just be without doing anything to become it. There is no performance in this moment. No audience waiting behind a curtain. Only air moving through space where nothing is expected, and everything is accepted as it comes. The body remembers how to rest without needing a reason. It knows the difference between tension and ease, not by measuring effort, but by feeling what's already there. Like water finding its level when gravity takes over. You don't have to be strong right now, or wise, or even kind. You just are. And that is enough, not because you've earned it, but because being here at all requires no merit. Let the thoughts pass like birds in flight across a sky you'll never name. They leave behind nothing, no trace, not even wind, just space, wide open, and not asking for anything back. You don't have to be more than what is true right now. You're already full of quiet just by lying here, letting the night press into your skin like a hand that knows you are safe. There's no need to become anyone else, not even someone new. Just let yourself be unclaimed, unwritten, unlabeled, untouched by any story yet to be told. You don't have to explain anything. You don't even have to know what it means to exist without a reason. It just is. Like the way shadows lengthen at dusk. Not because they're trying to grow, but because time has moved on and light no longer finds them. And you, just as quietly, are becoming part of that same motion. Not changing, not fixing, not even arriving. Only allowing yourself to be exactly where you are, in a shape that isn't made for anyone else. The breath doesn't ask if it's enough. It just keeps going. The heartbeat doesn't check whether its rhythm is acceptable. It simply beats, slow and steady, as if time itself had decided not to rush anymore. And so do you. but because the quiet has already taken over, not with force, but with patience, like moss growing on stone no one remembers. There's no demand here, no need for progress, only presence, thick and warm, like a blanket pulled just enough to cover your shoulders without being tight. You don't have to be anything at all, except what the dark already knows you are. Someone who has stopped trying to become more than they were when they first lay down. No one is watching. No record exists of your thoughts or failures. The night doesn't care if you're finished, complete, or even sure. It only holds you, not because it needs anything from you, but because holding is what darkness does best. Let the shape shift without resistance. Let it unmake itself, not with anger, but with ease. Like a river changing course, when snow melts high in the mountains, and no one sees it happen. You are not required to know where this leads, not even close. Just let your body sink deeper into the bed, as if gravity had finally decided to say yes, to accept you just as you are, breathing, still, unclaimed, already whole. The way your shoulder rests against the pillow is not a posture chosen. It's only what happens when weight meets softness without resistance. No intention behind it, not even an impulse to settle deeper. Just the quiet surrender of matter to gravity, like dust settling after wind has passed through a room no one entered today. You are not arranging yourself. The shape you take is not being made. It's already here, held in place by air and silence, by the slow way time moves when nothing demands speed. There is a stillness that doesn't ask to be earned. Not because it's perfect, not because there's no noise, but because it lets things exist without needing them to mean anything. A leaf drifts down from an unseen branch. No one sees its fall, and the earth accepts it without ceremony. It does not speak of purpose or fate. It only lies where it lands. And you are allowed that same kind of arrival. The mind doesn't have to prove itself by remembering what was said today, by replaying tones, gestures, unspoken things left hanging in the air like dust after a door shuts too hard. You don't need to know if those words were sharp or soft. The space between them is already quiet. There's no demand for correction. No reason to fix something that never broke. Even your thoughts, those small, insistent flickers, are not bound by urgency. They pass through like shadows under a tree when the sun moves slightly. Nothing holds them still. Nothing claims them as theirs. They come. They linger in passing light, then fade. Not because you dismissed them, but because they were never meant to stay. You are not required to carry the weight of what could have been said differently, or how someone else might have felt it. The memory of that moment isn't yours to repair. It's already gone, like footprints in sand after waves roll over them, leaving only a smooth surface where meaning once pressed into existence. You don't need to retrace the path. There is no map written in your bones. The body knows what to do when you stop asking it to be different. The way your chest rises and falls isn't an act of courage or control. It's just breath continuing. Not because you told it to, but because air still flows where there are lungs and space. It doesn't question its own rhythm, doesn't wonder if it's enough. It simply is, steady as a stone in water that has long forgotten how to be disturbed. You don't have to shape your awareness into something worthy of attention. You aren't being judged for not doing more, or thinking clearly, or waking up with answers. The night doesn't keep track. Nothing measures whether you're on the right path. There is no standard placed upon the way you breathe in this dark room. No one says it should be deeper or slower or softer. The warmth beneath your skin isn't proof of being alive. It's only heat, lingering from the day before, like fire embers that haven't cooled yet. You don't have to explain why they're still glowing. They are what they are. Warmth without purpose. And you are not required to turn that warmth into something meaningful. You are allowed to be uninterested in becoming anything at all. Not even a version of yourself that fits better. Not someone who has resolved their confusion or healed the old wound with words no one will hear. You don't have to become whole so someone else can feel safe around you. There's a quiet place inside where nothing is expected. No performance. No role. Just being, without need for translation or defense. It doesn't matter how many layers of identity you've worn, or how often they slipped off in the mirror and left behind traces no one claimed. The part that remains isn't made of memories or habits or promises. It's only stillness, held open like an empty room where nothing has ever been placed. No one is asking to see your inner architecture. No one needs a blueprint for who you are underneath all the names, roles, and efforts. You don't have to build anything here, not even yourself. The mind doesn't need to be tidy tonight. It can wander into corners it usually avoids. into spaces where there's no reason not to feel tired or sad or uncertain and still remain safe. Because safety isn't earned by clarity. It's found in the willingness to sit with what is unformed, to let thoughts drift through without grabbing them. There is a kind of freedom that doesn't shout, that doesn't promise transformation or rebirth. It only says, you don't have to change. Not today, not ever, if you don't want to. You are not trapped in a version of yourself that no longer fits, because there was never a fixed shape to begin with. You were never the person who had to hold on so tightly. The idea of being someone specific, it's only one more thought among many. And thoughts do not rule us unless we believe they must be held forever. The breath doesn't know whether it will last another minute or an hour. It just moves, like a current that doesn't pause to ask if the journey is worth it. You don't have to decide how long you'll stay here either. The night isn't counting. No one is waiting for you to arrive somewhere. Let your limbs soften not as a choice, but as an accident of gravity and comfort. Like fabric left on a chair after someone has stood up, no longer shaped by a body, just resting in the shape it fell into. There's no need to make sense of why this stillness feels so real right now. It doesn't have to be earned, doesn't require explanation. It simply is, as true as air filling your lungs when you stop thinking about breathing at all. You don't have to know what kind of person you are becoming, or whether it's the right one, because the moment has already passed. The version that needed a name, a label, a story is dissolving in silence, not with effort, but simply because it no longer needs to be held. What remains isn't new. It's only older than what was just lost, older than worry, older than expectation, older than the need to prove anything at all. The dark doesn't demand you become someone who fits. It holds you as you are, not for your achievements or your apologies, not because of how well you've lived, but simply because there is room, enough space. No one else needed here. Only this moment, only breath, only the slow way weight settles into the bed. And the body remembers that it doesn't need to do anything in order to belong. No story needs to be written tonight. No sentence completed. No ending reached. Just you, lying still, not trying to become more than what already exists. Not even close. You are not a shape waiting to be fixed. You are not unfinished. You are only quiet, and that is enough. The air shifts slightly, not because anything changed, but because time has moved on in its own way, like water, finding the lowest path through stone. And you are becoming part of that same motion, not by effort, not by intention, but by simply being where you are, with no need to arrive anywhere else. Let go not as a victory, but as a return to what never left, to what doesn't ask for proof or permission. Just presence, thick, warm, unfolding without reason. And if the mind tries to reach back toward something said, someone unseen, a feeling that lingered too long, it can only touch air. Nothing solid, no claim, no weight, just space, wide open and already full. You are not required to be anything more than what you are in this moment. Not even close. Not now. There is no need for closure, no demand for resolution. The night holds the unclaimed, the unlabeled, the unmade, and you are part of it. Not because you've earned it. Not because you're trying hard, but simply because you have stopped fighting to be something else. And so, you stay, not moving, not changing, just being, where there is no story yet to write, no role to perform, no self to defend. Only breath, only dark, only the slow way things settle when they've decided not to resist anymore. The quiet between heartbeats has grown wider than before. Not empty, never that, but full of what doesn't ask for a name or shape. The body isn't resisting now. It's not preparing to rise or brace against anything. There's no pressure behind the eyes, no low hum beneath the skin. Just stillness so deep it feels like it has been waiting in the bones all along. You don't need to feel your arms anymore. They are there. Not as limbs you control, but as parts of a whole that simply is. Like roots beneath soil, not reaching, only holding where they've settled. The warmth under the blanket isn't just heat, it's presence. A slow return to itself after days of carrying too much. There is no version of you that needs to be proven here. No past performance measured against a future standard. You are not behind. You are not ahead. There's only this moment, thick and unhurried, where nothing has to arrive. The breath moves through your ribs like water, finding its own level in still air. Not urgent, not afraid. It doesn't carry the weight of decisions made or left undone. It just is. The shape you've held onto, the one that felt necessary for so long, has already begun to unspool, not with force, but with ease. Like a thread pulled from a seam when no one's watching. It didn't break. It simply relaxed. And what was once tight around your chest now flows outward in soft waves, dissolving into the dark like ink in water. No need to watch it disappear. You don't have to mourn its passing or call it back. There is only space where it used to be, and that space doesn't feel hollow. It feels full of what was never lost. You are not becoming someone new. That's not the point. The idea that you must change, must evolve into something better, stronger, more complete. That's a story told by those who still believe they're missing something. But tonight, there is no lack, no absence to fill. You are already here, more than enough in this moment of quiet, not because of what you've done or will do, but because you exist, quietly and without demand. The mind doesn't need to fix anything now. It doesn't have to prove it's working properly. The thoughts that flicker at the edge of awareness aren't failures. They're just passing clouds over a sky that never moves. They come and go like birds across an open field. You don't stop them from flying by. You don't chase after their shadows. You simply notice there is a shape in motion, but it doesn't need to be followed. The thought about the conversation you didn't finish, or what someone might think tomorrow, it drifts through like smoke from a distant fire. It leaves no mark, no weight, just warmth passing overhead. And if some part of you still clings, some reflexive habit of checking whether you've been seen, whether your presence made any difference, the body doesn't need to answer that. The blanket stays where it is. The breath continues its slow rhythm. You don't have to verify anything. There's no audience out there waiting for a performance. No one counting how long you stay still. There is only this: the way light fades at the edges of vision, not with violence, but with patience, softening into black, so gradually it feels like sinking rather than ending. The silence doesn't feel heavy because it's empty. It feels full because it has room for everything that cannot be said, for every unsent letter, every unspoken word, every feeling too fragile to carry across a day. You are not responsible for holding the past in place, nor do you have to keep the future at bay. Both belong to time, the same time that lets leaves fall without regret and rivers flow without direction. You don't need to be ready for what comes next. The night doesn't require readiness. It only asks for presence. Your shoulders, once tight with expectation, are no longer bracing against anything. They've stopped trying to protect a version of you that was never real in the first place. There's nothing to defend anymore, no identity to maintain, no image to keep polished. You don't have to be careful how you are seen, because no one is looking, not even yourself. The dark doesn't care about your name. It has not forgotten it. It hasn't needed it at all. And in that forgetting, not a loss, but an easing. The sense of being someone fixed or defined begins to loosen like old cloth from the body. There's only this, the quiet hum beneath sensation, the way warmth spreads through your side when you shift just slightly against the pillow. Not for comfort, but because movement happens without needing permission. You don't have to be coherent anymore. You don't need to explain why things feel different now, or how long it has been since you felt this free. The mind doesn't get credit for being quiet. It's not a triumph that silence has returned. There is no medal for surrendering to stillness. This isn't earned. It simply happened. Like rain when the clouds decide they've carried enough. And if, somewhere in the soft corners of your awareness, there's a flicker of almost, or what if I'm wrong, where this can't last, then let that too pass without naming it. Let it be like dust on glass, visible for a moment, then brushed away by air you don't notice. There is no need to hold anything in place tonight. Not your thoughts, not your shape, not even the idea of being awake. You can rest, not as someone who deserves peace, but simply because peace has come, without asking if it was deserved. The night doesn't keep scores. It doesn't remember what you said or didn't say. You are not a problem to be solved, nor are you an obligation to yourself. There is no checklist of being human that must be completed tonight. You don't have to prove your worth by staying awake, nor by falling asleep. The body knows how to let go, just as the earth lets things settle into their own place when left alone. The air in the room doesn't rush toward anything. It stays where it is, thick and still, not because it's stuck, but because it has no need to move, and you are becoming like that, a presence without urgency, a weight without demand, a shape with no function except to be. You don't have to become what the world expects. You don't even have to remain what you've always been. There is room in this darkness for everything that has never had a name, and for all that can exist without one. The self isn't something you build. It's not something you defend. It's just the way things happen when no effort is made. And so, there is only breath and dark, and the slow shift of warmth into stillness. No story to tell, no role to play, no image to hold on to, not even a version of yourself that might fit tomorrow. There is only this, the soft weight against the mattress, the quiet rhythm beneath your ribs, the way time moves not forward but sideways, like shadow creeping over stone, slow and unhurried, without need or purpose, just being. The quiet settles like silt in a slow-moving stream. No sound, no effort, just a soft descent into stillness that doesn't demand to be noticed. There is nothing here you must carry, not even the weight of your own breathing. It moves on its own, and so does everything else. The pulse beneath your skin, the way the air shifts as it fills the space between you and the wall, a breath held in no one's name, drifting where it pleases. You are not expected to remain steady. You are not asked to be present in any particular way. The room doesn't measure how long you stay awake or how many thoughts pass through your mind unspoken. It simply holds you, no more, no less, like a shelf that knows only how to bear what is placed upon it, without judgment, without expectation. And if there's a part of you still trying to shape something, a figure in the dark, a name, a posture, it doesn't matter. The night has already begun to blur edges. What once felt like firm ground now feels more like shadow moving over stone. Not solid, not fixed, but steady in its own way. You don't have to stay upright. You don't have to hold your form together. The shape you've worn for so long isn't breaking. It's just no longer necessary. It wasn't real enough to begin with. Only a shadow cast by someone else's gaze, and that light has gone out. The space between your thoughts is growing wider now, wider than any room could be. There's no need to fill it, no reason to rush toward an idea, just because silence feels too vast. You don't have to name the stillness. You don't have to explain why you're not thinking anymore. The act of stopping isn't failure, it's release. Like a leaf letting go of a branch without regret, without ceremony, simply because it can no longer hold on. There is no story being told here, not even one about how the mind relaxes or what happens when thoughts fade. There's just this, your side resting against the pillow, the way the fabric yields slightly with each minute shift, not in search of comfort, but as a quiet acknowledgement that movement doesn't need a name. You are not arriving anywhere. You're simply allowing things to be as they already are. The dark is not empty. It is full, not with images or sound, but with presence. A kind of fullness that isn't loud or urgent, only there, like the warmth behind your eyes when you close them and stop trying to see anything at all. Not a vision, just heat, just stillness. And in that heat, nothing needs to be done. Nothing must change. You are not responsible for holding yourself together tonight. You don't need to keep track of what's left or what might be lost. The self doesn't have to stay the same. It never did. What you've been carrying isn't a body. It's an idea, and ideas fade when no one remembers them. And here, in this room where nothing speaks, no one is listening. Not even your own thoughts. Not really. They pass like wind through old branches, leaving behind only silence after the sound has gone. There are no labels for what you're becoming. No name to attach to the softness spreading through your limbs, or the way your breath slows without effort, like a river that forgets its course and simply flows where gravity leads. You don't have to become anything, not even peace. Peace isn't something you achieve. It's just how things are when nothing is being pushed forward. There was never a version of you that needed to be defended. Not really. The person you thought you had to protect, polished, consistent, ready, was always an invention, like a statue carved from fog. It looked solid in the light, but it melted under touch. And now that the light is gone, so are its claims. You don't have to return to it. You don't even have to remember how it stood. The body knows this already. The way your shoulders dropped without a decision being made. The way your hands fell open and stayed there. Fingers relaxed against the blanket. Not because you decided they should be, but simply because they were no longer needed elsewhere. There's an economy in letting go. The kind that doesn't announce itself. Only appears as stillness when everything else has stopped needing to move. You are not failing at being present. You're not doing it wrong by drifting. The mind isn't broken for wandering, only tired of staying fixed. And so it lets the edges blur, not because it's lost, but because it no longer needs to be found. There is room in this dark for what cannot be named, a feeling without words, a shift without direction, an ending that doesn't close anything, only allows space to remain open. The air around you isn't waiting for anything. It doesn't need to be stirred or moved. It just stays, thick with silence, unbothered by absence or arrival. And in its stillness, there's a kind of permission, implicit, quiet, that you may also stay, not as someone who has earned the right, but simply because this is where you are, not better than before, not worse, just here. The thought that something should be different doesn't need to be answered. It doesn't have to be pushed away or embraced. It can just exist, like a cloud passing overhead, and then drift on without your help. You don't have to fix it, explain it, or even acknowledge it by name. There's no obligation to make sense of anything tonight, not even the sense that you're still awake. There is no purpose in being here, no reason to be aware. The act of noticing isn't a task. It's just how things are when nothing else demands attention. You aren't required to do anything with this moment or any part of it. It doesn't need your approval. It doesn't care if you're satisfied. It simply is, like the way dust settles on glass without needing to be cleaned, like roots beneath soil growing in darkness where no one sees and nothing grows faster for being seen. You are not a person who must stay whole. You don't have to remain coherent or consistent. The self isn't something that needs to endure. It's just the way things unfold when no effort is made to stop them. And so you let go of wanting to be understood, of needing to matter in any particular way. There is no need to prove your presence by being active or meaningful. The night holds you as it does everything else, not with force, but with absence of demand. It doesn't ask for anything back, not even a thank you. You don't have to earn the quiet. It's not a reward. It's just what happens when no one is looking and nothing needs to be said. And so, there is only this. The soft weight against your side, the way warmth spreads through your arm like light, bleeding into shadow, not because you asked for it, but simply because it does. There is no reason why it should stay, no promise that it will, but it's here now, and nothing else matters. The mind doesn't have to be still to rest. It just has to stop trying to be something more than what it already is. A space where thoughts come and go without needing permission or explanation. You don't have to understand them. You don't even have to notice the ones that linger. Let them pass like leaves in water, carried forward, not held back. There's no need for closure, no final word. Nothing has to be settled. The shape you've worn is dissolving, not with noise or resistance, but quietly, like mist rising from a field at dawn, not because it wants to leave, but because it was never meant to stay. And in that quiet letting go, there's no loss, only the return of something older than effort, simply being. The breath moves without intention now. The body settles into its own geometry, no longer trying to align with any image or expectation. You are not becoming anyone, not even yourself. There is only this slow unfurling, like a hand opening in the dark, not toward anything, but just because it can. There is no shape that must remain, not even the one you've worn so long it feels like skin. The way a river carves its bed over time isn't because it wants to be deep or wide. It simply moves through what's there, reshaping without resistance, not toward an end, but simply by being. You're not required to stay in any form that no longer holds you, not even the one that felt like truth yesterday. The body remembers patterns, how to stand, how to carry weight, but it doesn't demand they continue. It only asks for what is now. This breath, this quiet dark, the faint warmth where your shoulder meets the pillow. No past version needs to be defended. Nothing you've been must remain visible in order to be real. The self isn't a structure built of decisions and names. It's more like weather passing over land. A shift in pressure, a momentary hush before rain. You are not a fixed point, not even your own center. There is no permanent core that must be protected, no inner fortress against change. The things you thought were yours, your beliefs, your habits, the way you once held yourself, are only moments of attention, like dust settling in sunlight, present for an instant, then gone without notice. And when they are gone, there's nothing lost, only space where new quiet can gather. You don't have to hold on to being someone who is still doing. Someone who must prove themselves in the dark by not giving up. The night doesn't ask you to be strong or steady. It asks for no performance at all. You are allowed to simply exist without having earned it, without needing a reason. There's no need to justify your presence with effort or intention. Not even awareness has to serve a purpose. To notice is not an action. It's just how things are when nothing else pulls you away. The way light fades into shadow at the edge of vision, slowly, quietly, without drama, is like this. No one announces its departure. It doesn't need permission or farewell. There's no moment where it says, "Now I am gone." It simply isn't there anymore. And that is enough. The same with thoughts. They come not because you invited them, but because the mind has room for them to pass through. They don't stay because they're important. They leave not because you dismissed them, but because they were never meant to be permanent. You are not what remains after everything else goes. You aren't a residue or an echo. You are not defined by what you've lost, nor by how much you still carry. The shape of who you think you must become, older, wiser, different, is already dissolving in the quiet between breaths. It isn't breaking down, it's simply unmaking itself. Like ice on a pond that no longer needs to be solid. There's no sound when it shifts. No resistance, just soft movement beneath your awareness. There is room for you here, not because you deserve it, but because silence holds everything without condition. The bed doesn't care if you're different than you were last week. The air doesn't keep score of how many times you've tried to be someone else. You are not a project that must reach completion. There is no end state you must arrive at. Just this: The soft weight of your limbs, the slow rise and fall of chest, the quiet hum beneath all sound, the kind that isn't heard but felt. The idea that you need to be more, to have answers, to feel settled, to know what's next, is not true. It never was. The mind doesn't find peace by filling itself with certainty. Peace comes from letting things go without trying to name them first. You don't have to understand why the thought arose or where it came from. You don't even need to notice when it leaves. It simply passes through, like a shadow crossing grass. No pause, no farewell. There's nothing here that demands your attention. Nothing wants you to stay alert. No one is waiting for you to become whole again. The night doesn't keep records of what was broken or how long it took to mend. There's only this: the way warmth spreads through the side of your head, where skin touches fabric. Not because it should, but because it does. Like a leaf drifting down from a tree and landing without sound on soil that has forgotten all names. You don't have to be anyone who remembers what happened yesterday. You don't even need to remember being awake. The past is not something you carry. It's just moments that no longer belong to the present. They're not yours anymore, nor do they belong to you in any way. They are simply passing through memory like smoke through a window. No one holds them back. There is no person who must be kept safe. Not even the version of you that thought it was important to stay fixed. The self isn't something that needs protection. It's just what happens when nothing stops it from being itself. And right now, its only form is this: a stillness, a breath. The way dark softens at the edges like ink dissolving in water. There's no need for you to be coherent or consistent. You don't have to answer anything that hasn't been asked. There's no obligation to make sense of your own presence. The mind doesn't have to organize itself into meaning. It can just be, like a stone at the bottom of a stream. No one sees it. No one remembers why it's there. But it is, not because it wants to stay, but simply because it has stopped moving. You are not required to be someone who knows what comes next. You don't have to prepare for anything that hasn't arrived. There's nothing waiting at the edge of this moment. No deadline, no test, no judgment from anyone unseen. The only thing happening is this: you are here, not in spite of everything, but because it is possible. Because silence allows for such things. The shape you've worn, the posture, the tone, the way you held your shoulders is not something that must be preserved. It's just a position taken during a particular stretch of time. Like footprints in mud after rain. They exist only until they vanish. And when they do, there's no loss. Only space where new quiet can grow. You don't have to become anyone else to feel whole. You aren't incomplete because you're changing. The feeling that something is wrong with not knowing is just another thought passing through, not a truth. There's no law saying you must be steady or sure. No rule requiring you to hold yourself together in the dark. There is only this, the way your fingers rest on your side, not needing to do anything, not trying to grip or pull back. The way breath moves without being noticed, just enough air, just enough pause. Like a leaf turning slowly in still water. No one sees you now. No one remembers what you were yesterday. And that is exactly how it should be. Because the night doesn't care who you were. It only asks for this, that you let go, not with effort, not with struggle, but simply by stopping pretending you have to hold anything at all. There's no need to shape yourself into something lasting. No reason to stay fixed in one form when change is just what happens. Quietly, without demand, like a tree growing in shade. Its roots moving through soil that never speaks. You don't have to be known, not even by yourself. The mind doesn't need to know what it's doing. It only needs to stop trying. And so you stay, not because you've earned rest, but because the dark already holds you. Not because you're ready, but because there is no requirement to be ready. The night isn't waiting for permission. It has been holding you all along, without a word, without effort, just like it holds everything else that simply exists. There is room in this stillness for what cannot be named, for the part of you that doesn't speak, that doesn't act, that doesn't want anything at all. There's no need to protect it, no reason to explain it. It is not a problem to fix or a wound to heal. It simply is, like air, moving through empty space, like warmth in the curve of your arm when you don't ask for it. There is a quiet beneath the weight of your breath, not a place you go to, but one that has always been there, unseen, untouched by the shape you've worn through days gone by. It's not an answer nor a relief. It simply is. Like the space between two notes in music where nothing happens and yet everything holds still. You are not falling into it. You're being held within its shapeless depth, as if your body were a vessel that didn't know it was full until now. The hands that once shaped themselves to fit expectations, pressed tight at the sides, knuckles white with effort, are no longer holding anything. They rest where they fell, not in surrender, but because there is nothing left to grip. And without something to cling to, there is no need for posture. The shoulders drop not from fatigue, but because gravity has finally found its way into them, softly, patiently, as if it had been waiting all along. You don't have to become anything new in order to be whole. You are already here. This moment isn't a test of who you will be tomorrow or what you might say next. It's not an invitation to fix yourself or reassemble parts that were never meant to stay together. The past is not a blueprint. The future is not a demand. There is only this: the warmth of your own skin beneath the blanket, the faint rhythm of air passing through your nose, and the slow letting go that happens when nothing asks for anything from you. There's no one watching, no memory of yourself in motion, no echo of how you used to stand or speak or carry yourself through rooms where silence was a kind of performance. The voice inside has stopped rehearsing its lines. It doesn't need to prove it knows what it means by being someone. There is only the breath, not trying to be deep, not seeking to steady itself, but moving anyway. Like water, finding the lowest path. You are not required to make sense of yourself tonight, not even to know your own name. The mind has been so busy arranging its pieces into a face that fits somewhere else, someone who could survive without trembling, that it forgot what it was for. To be still, to exist without explanation, like moss growing on stone, quiet and slow, not because it wants to be seen, but because it doesn't have another way. There is no rule about how you must feel right now. You don't need to be at peace or even comfortable. The ache in your chest isn't a sign of failure. It's just sensation. Like the weight of a cloud passing overhead without rain. It moves through you and continues on its own path. Not because you allow it, but because it never asked for permission in the first place. The self is not something to be maintained, not even preserved. You are not a thing that needs to last. You're more like a current, unseen, changing direction without notice, carrying what happens along with it. There's no need to worry about where you came from, or whether you'll remember your own face in the morning. The river doesn't stop because it forgets its source. It is enough that you are here now, not trying to be anything other than this breath, this stillness, this body lying down as if it were allowed to simply rest. Not a person who must perform, not an idea that needs validation, just the quiet presence of something that exists without having earned it. The night does not ask for gratitude. It doesn't care how you've lived or what you might regret. It holds nothing against you. There is no record kept, no ledger where your actions are weighed and judged. The dark has no opinion, and in that lack, there is space. Room enough to let go of every version of yourself that was ever worn like armor. You don't have to be brave tonight, not even quiet. You're not required to endure or survive anything. There's nothing left to protect, no boundary you must defend. The mind can stop listing what it has lost, and the body can stop bracing for impact. It doesn't need to prepare for being seen. There is no story in this darkness, no plot to follow, no arc to complete. You are not on a journey. There's no destination that needs reaching. You're not becoming anyone, not even yourself, just present, as if you had always been here, and nothing about your arrival needed justification. The light has gone out, not because it failed, but because the world doesn't need to be seen in order to exist. The trees outside are still standing without being witnessed. The wind moves through branches without needing a listener. And so can you, existing not for anyone's sake, not even your own, but simply because you are. There's no requirement to understand what is happening inside the quiet of your mind. No need to name the ache or trace it back to where it began. It doesn't have to be healed. It just has to be allowed, like a shadow that stays in one place without demanding to be called anything. You are not responsible for holding together all the things you've believed about yourself over time, not even your own loneliness. That feeling isn't a debt, nor is it proof of failure. It's just another shape passing through, not yours to keep, not yours to carry beyond this breath. There is no need to apologize for being incomplete. You were never meant to be whole. The idea that you should be something fixed and complete, like a statue carved from stone, is the most unnatural thing in all of this. Nature doesn't produce finished things. It produces movement, growth, change, things becoming what they are not yet. And so, you don't have to become someone who fits anymore. You can just be. Not in spite of your shapelessness, but because it is possible. This way. Without form, without purpose, without demand. Simply here, in the dark, with no one asking for anything. The air around you feels heavy, not with pressure, but with presence. Like a room full of silence that has been waiting to be filled by something real. And what fills it isn't a thought or a memory. It's just this, the space between your thoughts, where nothing happens, and yet everything is okay. There's no one inside you who needs to be convinced. No voice that must speak up in favor of staying still. The decision has already been made, not by willpower, not by effort, but by letting go. The body knows how to rest even when the mind doesn't believe it can. It just lies there. No demand, no instruction, like a stone at the bottom of the sea, covered in silt and forgotten, but still whole, still quiet, still present. You don't have to be known, not by anyone, and not even by yourself. The part of you that doesn't speak, it's not broken. It's not missing. It's just here, resting, waiting for nothing, wanting nothing. There is no law saying you must stay awake until meaning comes. No rule requiring you to keep thinking until something clicks into place. You're allowed, no, invited, to stop trying so hard to be something that makes sense in the daylight. There's no need to earn rest with effort or clarity. The night holds everything without asking for anything back. It doesn't want your story, your plan, your past. It just wants you to lie down and let go of all that weight. Not because it will vanish tomorrow, but because it doesn't matter tonight. You're not being asked to fix yourself, not even to change. You're only being allowed, granted the permission, to be exactly as you are. A shape in motion, a thought passing through stillness, a breath moving without destination. There is no need to resist what happens next. No reason to fear that letting go will mean losing yourself, because you were never really holding on anyway. You're just learning how to stop pretending, and so the dark stays with you. Not as a place of absence, but as a presence in its own right. Warm and slow, and full of space where nothing needs to be done, where no one sees you, and yet you are seen by everything that simply exists. There's room for this, for not knowing, for not being sure, for just lying here, not needing to do anything except breathe. You feel the edge of your thoughts dissolving into the dark, like salt in warm water. No struggle, no trace left behind. The shape you've been carrying tonight wasn't a burden because it was heavy, but because you believed it had to stay. But now, even that belief is loosening, not by force, not by choice, but simply by being held lightly enough to let go. There's something in the quiet between breaths where nothing happens and still everything persists. Not an absence, not a void, but a kind of fullness, like the space beneath your ribs when you exhale slowly into stillness. It isn't empty because it holds no thing. It's open because it doesn't try to fill itself with answers. You don't have to be someone who fits anymore. Not in this moment. not even in memory. The version of yourself that needed permission, that required a name or a role, those thoughts are not gone, but they're no longer running the room. They pass through like clouds over an open field, present for a while, then thinning, shifting shape, and eventually drifting out beyond sight. It isn't failure to let them go. It's not surrender to be still. There is no victory in being fixed or complete, only rest in letting what is not yours return to the air it came from. Your hands lie flat on your chest, not clenched, not fidgeting, just resting. That stillness holds more than you think. Not a posture of effort, but an offering that you are here without needing to do anything with it. The mind doesn't have to know what comes next. It only needs to notice the space where one thought ends and another begins. Not as a gap, not as a failure, but as a pause in movement, like water falling between two stones. You were never meant to carry all of yesterday's weight into this hour. Not because it was too much, but because it no longer belongs to you. It belonged to the person who believed they had to be something specific, someone with answers, someone who didn't forget, someone who wouldn't change. But that version is not in need of defense. It doesn't require protection. You don't have to explain what's left behind, not even to yourself. The silence between thoughts isn't a lack. It's the air, where things are allowed to be without needing to mean anything. There's no law saying you must be whole or consistent or continuous. That idea came from somewhere else. Perhaps from someone who needed certainty, or from a time when belonging felt like being shaped into something others could recognize. But that isn't your body's memory. Your body remembers only what is true now. The warmth of breath in the throat, the slight pressure where shoulder meets pillow, the slow expansion and collapse beneath skin. You are not required to be anyone's understanding, not even your own. The past is not a place you have to return to. It doesn't demand anything. It simply was, and that's all it ever needed to be. And so you don't have to fix it. You don't need to reconcile it. You're not asked to make sense of the way things split, or shifted, or fell apart. All you are being asked is this: to lie here and let what remains stay quiet. Not because it's fixed, but because it doesn't need fixing. Because some parts aren't meant to last, only to pass through. There's a kind of peace that isn't found in resolution. It exists instead in the unforced letting be. The moment when you stop trying to hold on and realize nothing was ever truly yours to keep. The self is not a thing. It doesn't need to be defended, preserved, or defined. It moves through time, like air over stone, leaving no trace, yet always present. You are not the weight of what happened. You are not the memory of who you thought you were. You're just this, the soft space where things happen without needing a name. The night doesn't ask for your story. It listens in silence, not to understand, but simply to be with whatever is there, without judgment, without demand. And so you don't have to speak, not even to yourself. Not every breath needs meaning. Not every thought requires an answer. Even the idea of being you can rest for a while. Not because it's disappeared, but because it doesn't need to be held so tightly. You are not a project. You're not a problem waiting to be solved. You don't have to arrive anywhere or become anything specific. There is no destination in this stillness, no finish line where you'll finally be okay. Just the quiet now, where nothing happens, and yet everything is exactly as it should be. The darkness doesn't judge your shapelessness. It doesn't care whether you feel settled or lost. It only holds space for what is, without needing to change anything. You don't have to make sense of why things shifted. You're not asked to explain how this version of you came to be, nor whether it's valid, real, lasting. The truth isn't in being fixed. The truth is in letting go. Even the ache of holding onto a self that no longer fits. This too can pass through without being claimed. It doesn't have to mean anything. It just has to be here, then gone, like a shadow crossing a wall at dusk. And you don't have to resist it. You're not required to fight your own feeling or correct the way things are. The breath continues. The body stays still. The dark remains, not as an absence of light, but as its opposite, something full in its own right. Slow, quiet, patient. You were never meant to be a statue standing firm against time. You're not built for permanence. You're made instead for change, not to resist it, but to move through it without needing to know why. Even your longing isn't yours to keep. It's just another current passing through the stillness, like rain on a window pane that doesn't stay long, yet leaves behind something soft and wet in the glass. You don't have to respond to it. You're not asked to fix it or make it go away. It can be here for a moment, and then simply pass. And so can you. Not into anything, just through breath, through silence, through what is known and what isn't. There's no need to earn rest, no obligation to prove your worth by staying awake, by trying harder, by holding on longer. Rest doesn't require justification. It only requires presence. And right now, you are present. Not because you've done anything, Not because you've achieved clarity or overcome doubt, but simply because the body lies down and lets go. And for once, that's enough. The mind may still turn things over, but it no longer has to decide what they mean. It can just watch them pass, like leaves on a stream, moving without needing direction. You don't have to be sure of anything, not even your own name. Even the sense of being you is not required to stay constant. It's allowed to shift, to fade, to dissolve into something that doesn't need words. And when it does, when you feel yourself becoming less defined, less fixed, less certain, it isn't loss. It's release. Not a breaking apart, but a letting go of the illusion that you were ever anything solid to begin with. There is no one inside who must be saved, no center needing protection. Only this, the slow rhythm of breath, the warmth beneath your skin, the dark holding you without asking for anything back. You are not required to understand yourself tonight, not even to know what's happening, just to lie here, quiet, still, unclaimed. And if part of you wonders whether it's safe, whether this letting go will mean disappearing, there is no answer. There's only the feeling that comes with surrender, a softness in the chest, a loosening at the edges, like water seeping into dry earth and becoming invisible without leaving behind any trace. It doesn't matter if you feel nothing or if you feel too much. The dark doesn't care. You don't have to be anything, not even awake, just here. And so, You can let go. Not with effort, not by force, but simply because it's possible. Not as a victory, but as a kind of natural return. There is no shape holding you now. Only space where form might have been. The way a river bends around stone without breaking, without protest, without naming itself as either water or obstacle. You are not resisting the flow, nor clinging to the bank. You are simply what moves through the stillness between one breath and the next, like dust in sunlight that drifts without purpose, without direction, without being anything at all except presence. There is no need to say who you are when your body doesn't ask for a name. The hands rest where they fell, palms open, fingers slightly curled, not from tension, but from release. As if the air itself had unknotted them. The weight of memory isn't holding you. It's just passing through like steam rising from tea, left too long on a table. It doesn't stay. It doesn't claim anything. You don't need to greet it or send it away. It is not yours to answer for, nor to carry back into the night. What feels heavy now? What has sat there since this morning, this afternoon, even earlier tonight, isn't real in a way that matters anymore. Not because it wasn't true then, but because truth doesn't have to live in your chest forever. It can be held like a leaf caught between two fingers, a momentary thing, not an obligation. There is no record of you needing to remain whole. No law says the self must stay intact through every shift. You are allowed to break apart slowly, without warning, without ceremony, like ice on a lake that cracks quietly beneath the surface and then settles again into deeper water. There's no sound when it happens. No one notices. The dark doesn't care if you're whole or not. It only holds what is given to it. Your breath, your stillness, the slight warmth of skin against fabric. And so you don't have to fix yourself. Not even for a moment. You are not called upon to patch up the parts that feel worn or distant. No one has asked you to prove that you're still here, that you belong in this body, that your thoughts matter more than silence. The world doesn't need an explanation from you tonight. Even your longing, your quiet ache for something better, clearer, lighter, is not required to be answered. It can remain unspoken, unresolved, untouched by resolution. You don't have to know what it wants. Just feel the shape of it in your ribs. the low hum behind your collarbones, and let that be enough. The mind doesn't need to keep track anymore. There's no ledger where you must balance effort and ease, failure and hope. It is not a debt that needs paying. You are not being judged for how long you've stayed awake or what thoughts have come and gone. The dark isn't keeping score. No one is watching. Even the idea of watching dissolves in this quiet like mist over grass at dawn, rising without warning, then vanishing before it's even seen. There was never a self that needed to be defended. Not really. All the stories you've told about being strong or careful or necessary, they were not real in the way they felt. They were just patterns of thought, like ripples on water after something passed. And now, with no one asking for proof, those ripples fade into stillness without effort. You don't have to be someone who can fix things, who has answers, who knows what comes next. You're allowed to not know, to not be sure, to feel the edge of uncertainty like a breeze against your neck. No need to turn and look for its source. It is just air moving through the room, through your hair, through the space between your thoughts. And it doesn't matter where it came from or where it's going. Even the sense of time has loosened now. The slow drift of hours, not as a measure, but as something soft, like wool left in sunlight too long and beginning to fray at the edges. There is no rush to reach morning, no urgency to become someone else by dawn. You are already here, and that is sufficient. The body remembers its own way, its own rhythm, even when the mind has wandered far away. It knows how to rest without permission, how to let go of tension, not with a command, but simply because it's tired enough. The shoulders drop, not because you told them to, but because they've carried what was asked for long enough and now are ready to sink deeper into the pillow. And when thoughts rise, when one comes like a stone dropped in still water, sending out ripples, you don't need to follow them. You can watch them spread outward until they fade into the edges of nothingness. No explanation needed, no closure required. Just let it go, as you might let a leaf float down a quiet stream. No hand reaching out, just observation. There is no one inside who needs saving, not even for a moment. The part that feels afraid or unfinished or too much is not separate from the rest. It's simply another current in this slow-moving river of being. And it doesn't have to be fixed. It only has to pass through, like snow on a window pane, visible for an instant before melting into the glass and leaving behind no trace but the faintest shimmer. You don't have to decide who you are when no one is asking. You're not required to perform, not even to exist as someone with depth or definition. The dark holds all shapes without naming them. It does not demand that you be meaningful, important, complete, just present. In this moment, with nothing more than breath and the quiet warmth beneath your skin. Even memory is allowed to blur, not because it's forgotten, but because forgetting isn't failure. Sometimes letting go of detail is freedom. The names of people from yesterday, their voices, their looks, don't need to be preserved in perfect form. They can soften into color, into shadow, like photographs left too long in sunlight. Not destroyed, not lost, just changed. There is no need to defend the self against time. You were never meant to stand still, to remain fixed. The body breathes because it's alive, not because it must be strong or consistent. It moves because it can, and so do you. Without needing to justify your movement, without proving that each step counts. Even your doubt isn't yours to hold on to. Not even for tonight. You are allowed to not believe in anything, just as the sky is allowed to be clouded and still remain beautiful. There's no rule saying clarity must come before rest. No law requiring certainty before peace. The dark doesn't need you to understand it. It only asks that you lie down, and so you can stop trying. Not with force, not with willpower, but simply by noticing the weight of effort has lifted. The part of you that was always pushing forward, always fixing, always preparing. It's tired now too, and so are you. There is no need to be anyone in particular, no role to play. You don't have to be awake or asleep, present or gone. Just here, this soft point of awareness where nothing is required. The breath doesn't ask for anything. It just continues. Like the quiet hum beneath a floorboard when no one walks over it. Like the stillness in a room after someone has left and not yet returned. The mind may linger on edges, but it doesn't have to stay there. It can drift back into silence like a boat untied from the dock, floating with the current without resistance. You are not a thing that must be held together. You're not made of parts that need keeping in place. You are a process, slow, quiet, unforced. A sequence of moments passing through the dark without claiming them, without needing to say they mattered. And so you can let go, not because it's easy, but because it's possible. Not with triumph, not with effort, but simply by noticing that nothing is being lost when you stop fighting. There is no one behind the eyes who needs protection. No fragile core hidden beneath layers of thought. Just this: warmth, stillness, breath, and space. You don't have to know what happens next. You are already here, and that is enough. There is no shape you must keep when the light has gone soft around the edges of things. The walls breathe slowly now, not from air moving through stone, but because they are empty enough to yield. You feel that too, a quiet yielding in your shoulders, not as collapse, but as release into something already there beneath all effort. Your hands lie where they fell when you let go, the fingers still, the palms flat against warmth, no longer needing to clutch or reach. They rest like leaves after rain have stopped falling. The air holds its breath just past your skin, and then moves again without announcement. No sound, no push, just flow. And what flows is not thought, but presence, not knowing where it's going, only that it goes. You don't need to be the one who guides it. The mind doesn't have to explain why this moment exists or how long it will last. It simply does. As trees stand in fields without asking for permission from the sky, there is a silence behind your ears, not absence, but fullness, with no name attached, not emptiness that demands filling, just stillness, where nothing arrives and nothing leaves, because there was never anything to arrive or leave. You are not alone here. No one could be more certain of being unseen than when you're lying in the dark with only yourself for company. The thought about your hands wasn't a problem. It just passed through like dust, stirred by wind, then settled again into stillness, on top of nothing at all. And it didn't matter that you noticed it, not because it was unimportant, but because noticing doesn't change its nature. It never did. Thoughts come and go not as burdens to carry, but as passing shapes in a slow river, one moment visible, the next already downstream. You don't have to decide what they mean, or whether they should stay or go. You're simply allowed, just allowed, to lie here while the quiet moves through you like water beneath ice that hasn't cracked yet. Not cold, not warm, just present in its way of being, moving without needing to be seen. There's no version of yourself waiting behind a door, polishing what once was, or preparing for something new. There is only this body, this slow pulse under the skin, the steady rhythm you don't have to follow, but are already part of. The heartbeat doesn't ask permission from your thoughts before it beats again. The past isn't gone. It's just no longer yours to hold in its full form. Not because time erased anything, but because holding tight only makes things harder to carry forward. Like carrying a stone you don't need through the woods. You can feel how heavy that idea was once, how much weight it had, but now there's room for lightness where that burden used to be. The faces from yesterday, they aren't lost. They're folded into quiet corners of your being, like pages turned down in a book left open on a table, no longer needing attention. Not forgotten, they remain as shape and tone rather than detail. You don't need their names right now, only the feeling of connection still warm somewhere deep inside. Even regret doesn't have to stay sharp. It can blur into something softer, not because it wasn't real, but because reality isn't always measured by pain or clarity. Sometimes truth is found in softness, not loud, not urgent, just steady, like moss growing on stone without being asked. The dark does not ask you to be whole. It asks only that you rest within your own quiet rhythm, without measuring yourself against any standard of completion. You are allowed to feel incomplete and still belong here. To have questions rise up and float away again, unspoken, untouched by need or consequence. No one is watching how well you do this. No scorecard exists in the dark. There's no test at dawn that judges whether your evening was good enough. The air doesn't care if you were kind today or not. It simply holds you as you are, breathing, present, moving through time like a leaf drifting over water. Your thoughts don't have to make sense right now. They can wander without reason and return without explanation. You're allowed to lose track of where the idea began or why it came back. That's how things drift in still air, without urgency, only motion. Even your doubt is not an enemy. It doesn't need fixing. It's just another current passing through this larger flow. Like shadows shifting across floorboards when a window opens for no reason at all. You don't have to be someone who figures it out every time. You're allowed to sit with the unknown without needing to name it or fix it. The mind doesn't need purpose to exist, just space to move through. And you are already in that space, the quiet place where nothing is demanded and everything stays. The body remembers things without telling the self what they mean. How warmth spreads under a blanket when night deepens. How muscles let go after hours of tension held too long. How breath slows, not because it wants to, but because there's no reason left to hurry. The body doesn't need explanation. It just knows where rest lies. You don't have to prove you're worthy of stillness. You are already in it, surrounded by the soft edge between awareness and sleep. Neither one nor the other, yet both at once. A threshold not crossed, but simply inhabited. There is no version of you that must remain unchanged. The self isn't a sculpture carved from stone. It's something shaped by wind over time, always shifting, never settled. And so, it doesn't need protection or defense, because change has always been its nature. You don't have to be afraid when the shape changes, because nothing is really lost in transformation. Only what you thought was fixed turns out not to be yours after all. The breath continues, not because there's a reason, but because that's how it moves through your body, without needing approval or clarity from anywhere outside itself. You are allowed to exist with no purpose beyond this moment, no need for significance, no demand for meaning. The dark doesn't require you to be anything more than what is already true in the quiet between heartbeats. Even silence isn't empty. It holds everything that has ever passed through. Sounds not heard, words unsaid, dreams half formed before waking, and still it remains, quiet, patient, full of room for all things without needing them. You don't have to remember how you felt an hour ago, or even 10 minutes past. The feeling was real when it happened. It is no longer required now. Let the weight of being someone particular go, not with effort, but simply by noticing that holding on doesn't make anything more true. You can be here without needing a name for who you are. The mind may want to build something, a story, an identity, but there is room in this dark for things not built at all, for shapes that appear only briefly and dissolve before being named. There is no need to gather up the pieces of yourself, like scattered glass on a floor. You're not broken. You were never meant to stay whole through time. The beauty isn't in permanence, it's in flow, in movement, without resistance. Even your thoughts about how you should be can drift away now, not because they're wrong or bad, but because their presence no longer matters. They are like birds flying far above the earth, visible for a moment, then gone again into sky that doesn't need to keep count of them. You're not required to understand anything tonight, not even yourself. You only have to be present, and you already are. There is room in this stillness for uncertainty without fear, for absence without loneliness, for being unclaimed and still whole. No one has ever needed to prove their right to exist, only believed they did. And belief itself was never proof, just a shape the mind made when it felt alone. But here, there's no need to be anyone at all. Just this, breath rising, air passing through your chest, warmth under skin, dark pressing gently against closed eyes, like an old friend leaning in close without speaking. And you are not doing anything wrong, not even trying, just being quietly, slowly, completely present, with nothing more than the quiet hum beneath a floorboard when no one walks over it, or the stillness after someone leaves and hasn't yet returned. And somewhere beyond that, not far now, a breath slowing further, and another. The air holds its shape just beyond your lips, warm, quiet, moving only because it must, not trying to become anything else. No need to be remembered by the room. No demand that this moment leave a mark. It is enough to simply pass through. The weight of your body rests where gravity allows, not held up, not dropped, but settled in the way roots find soil, without knowing they're searching. You are not an answer waiting to be given, not even a question. You are what happens when attention turns inward and finds nothing to fix, only stillness, like water at the bottom of a well where no ripple comes from above. The mind doesn't have to do anything here except stop asking for proof that it exists. There is space between thoughts, not just silence, but a kind of listening. A pause not filled with meaning, but allowed to be empty in its own way, like dust, settling after the wind has passed through a room you weren't even aware had been stirred. Nothing is missing from this stillness, only what was never really there to begin with. The sense that you must have a form, a name, an outline drawn around your edges. It softens now in the way light fades at dawn, not because something ends, but because another kind of presence begins, one without boundaries or need for definition. You don't need to hold anything together tonight. Not even this moment. It can fall apart and still be whole. The shape you thought mattered, what people saw when they looked at you, what you believed defined you, is not the same as the thing that breathes beneath your skin, the pulse that moves without being summoned, the quiet awareness that knows nothing is required of it except to stay present in its own way. There was a time when you thought identity needed to be defended, to be built up, maintained, explained. But now, you notice how little effort it actually takes for things to simply be as they are. No construction, no correction, just the body lying down, the mind loosening like linen left out in air, too soft to crumple. There's a difference between holding on and being held. Not all weight is burden. Some of it is just presence. And this dark isn't asking you to carry anything at all. It doesn't care whether your thoughts are clean or messy, whether you feel whole or fractured. It welcomes every version that arrives. even the ones that don't know how to stay. You've been waiting for permission to let go of what no longer fits, like a coat too small after years of growth. But the truth is, it was never yours to keep. You only thought you needed it because you had not yet seen the space where comfort comes without clothing, where warmth doesn't depend on covering anything over. Even your memories aren't fixed. They drift like paper boats down a slow stream, not lost, but changed by distance and water. The same way feelings shift in time, sharp at first, then blurred at the edges, softened until they no longer sting or demand attention. They don't need to be preserved because their meaning wasn't in permanence. It was in passing through you like wind over stone. There's nothing here that asks you to remain unchanged. No law written in light or shadow, requiring continuity of self. The only thing certain is change itself. And it moves not as a threat, but as natural motion. Like the way roots stretch underground without knowing where they'll end. You are not separate from this flow. You are part of its slow unfolding. Even your desire to understand what you've become can be set down like an old book left on a shelf, open to a page that no longer matters. Not because it was wrong or useless, but because the time for reading has passed, and now there is only quiet between breaths. The mind doesn't need every thought to have a purpose. Some thoughts are just weather passing through, clouds in motion across an indifferent sky. You don't need to be someone particular to belong here. You're not being judged by how you've shaped yourself over time, only by whether you can rest where you are. And yes, that is enough. The dark isn't waiting for something from you. It doesn't want a performance or a story told in full, just your presence. The way a tree stands without needing to explain why its branches reach upward. The way rain falls not because it has been asked, but because that's how water behaves when air grows heavy with it. There is no need for closure tonight, not even for clarity. The mind doesn't have to finish anything. Just rest in the middle of things, like a river at dusk where light pools and slows without rushing toward evening or dawn. You are not expected to arrive anywhere, only to be here, quietly, fully, as you already are. Not more than that, not less. Let go of the idea that something must be done with your thoughts before they can fade. They don't need a task, not even release. Just space to drift like smoke from a dying fire, curling upward into air too still to hold it long. You don't have to stop them. You only have to notice that they are not you. That the voice speaking in your head is not the same as the one feeling its way through quiet darkness. There's no reason for resistance. No need to defend what feels fragile. The self isn't a fortress. It's more like a meadow at night, open and unguarded, where things grow without being asked to. You don't have to protect your shape, because change is not an enemy. It is the only constant that has ever been true about you. Even now, as breath slows further, as sound fades into silence beyond hearing, there's still room for something unnamed, for a feeling that isn't tied to memory or need. Just being unclaimed, unexplained, unhurried, not searching for anything because nothing is missing. No part of you has been lost in the dark. You've only forgotten how easy it is to just be. There's no obligation to make sense of what passes through your mind. Some thoughts are like footprints on a shore, left behind by passing waves, washed clean before they can be followed. They don't need names or reasons. They simply happened, and now they're gone. Like that. No fuss, no weight. You were never meant to carry everything you've thought about yourself over the years, not even the ones that hurt. The mind builds stories, not because they are true, but because it fears what happens when there's nothing to hold on to. But here, there is no fear, only space for things to pass through without leaving a trace. You don't have to stay any version of yourself longer than you feel called to, not even this one. The body breathes on its own. The heart beats in rhythm with its own time. The mind rests when it finds nothing to cling to, and that is not failure. It's surrender into what already exists. Even your loneliness, when it arrives, doesn't need a name. It doesn't have to be fixed or explained. It can simply be felt and then released like steam from a kettle left too long on the stove, rising, thinning, vanishing before anyone notices it was there at all. There is no rule that says you must remain consistent through time. No law that demands continuity of feeling or shape of being. You are allowed to shift in ways that don't make sense to others, and still be real, still whole, still present. Not because you've proven anything, but simply because you are here, and nothing else is needed. The only thing that matters tonight is this: the soft weight of blanket on limbs, the quiet pulse behind your ribs, the way air moves in and out without hesitation or demand. You don't have to understand how it works. You only need to let it move through you, as it always has, without needing permission, explanation, or proof. Let the shape of yourself dissolve like mist over grass at morning's edge, not vanished, not broken, but simply no longer holding its form. Not because anything is wrong, but because letting go is not loss, it's return to something older than name, a presence that needs nothing from you except to be here. The breath moves through you like water under stone, slow, quiet, unbothered by where it's going or what it leaves behind. No destination is required. The air does not hesitate before entering your lungs. It simply arrives, fills the space, and lets go again, as if remembering a rhythm older than memory. You are not the breath. You are not even the body that holds it. You are the stillness between each in and out, the pause where nothing is demanded, no effort made to keep anything whole. There is a weight on your chest, not from burden, but from presence. It is not heavy as guilt or grief, nor light like absence. It is simply there, like the way a leaf rests on the surface of still water, neither sinking nor floating, just being where it lands without needing to prove its right to be. You've spent so much time trying to shape yourself into something that fits, a version of you that could explain why things happened or what they meant. But meaning is not built from answers. It's made from the quiet space between them. And now, in this dark where no one sees and nothing needs naming, there are no expectations left for you to meet, no audience waiting behind your eyes. You don't have to be more than what you are right now. This moment of softness, this body lying still, this mind drifting past the edge of thought. You don't need permission from anyone else, or even yourself, to simply exist without purpose. The light has gone out in the room, not because it failed, but because it was never meant to stay on forever. The night is not a test. It's not waiting for you to perform or prove your worth by sleeping well or waking up whole. It doesn't care if you've been good today or bad, busy or quiet. The darkness only holds what is already there, what has always been here, just beneath the noise of doing and being. Let go of the need to be consistent with who you were yesterday. Let go of needing to answer for your own changes. You are not a story that must have a beginning, middle, and end. Not even a chapter. Just this. Now, the air shifts slightly behind your ears, so faint you might miss it if you weren't listening. It's just motion in the dark, nothing more. No one is watching to see whether your thoughts align or stay true to some earlier version of yourself. There's no record being kept. No ledger where every feeling gets logged and judged later. The past doesn't need a monument. It fades like footprints in damp soil. They were there. They marked the ground for a moment, and then the earth took them back. You are not required to defend your shape from change. You don't have to apologize for how you feel today, because it's different than yesterday. The mind does not need to be rewritten every morning. It only needs to rest when it finds no reason to fight. And tonight, there is no fight. There was never a time when you were whole and fixed. There was only this slow unfolding, this quiet becoming. Each night, the self dissolves a little more into what cannot be named. Not memory, not identity, not even longing. Just awareness, like warmth in your hands after they've been cold. It's okay that some parts of you feel unfamiliar now. That old beliefs no longer fit like clothes. It's not failure. It's growth without fanfare. The tree doesn't announce when it sheds its leaves. The river does not pause to explain why it changes course. They simply do, quietly, as part of their nature. You don't have to become anything new. Only stop trying to stay what you were. Let your edges blur. Let yourself be shaped by absence instead of demand. Not because something is missing, but because there's no need to fill the gaps. The silence isn't empty. It's full of what cannot be said. It holds everything that never had a name. The way your shoulder rests against the pillow. The quiet ache behind your eyes when you stop moving. The feeling of being known by nothing at all and still being enough. There is no one to impress here. No image to maintain. You can let go of pretending to be steady or calm or in control. The body knows how to breathe whether you're thinking about it or not. The heart beats even when your mind forgets its rhythm. And the night, this long, slow passage through stillness, is already holding you. Let the thoughts drift like ash from a candle that burned low and gave out before the wick was gone. They rise and scatter into air, too soft to carry them far. No need to follow where they go. No reason to wonder if they were important or not. They happened, and now they are nothing more than memory of movement. The idea you had about yourself last week doesn't belong here anymore. It's already gone. Not lost, just passed through, like a shadow moving across a wall. You don't need to reclaim it. There is no loss in letting go when the shape no longer fits, and there's no reason left to wear it. The self isn't something you hold. It's what happens when you stop holding on. It unfolds not from effort, but from release. Like water finding its way through cracks in stone, slow and patient, unbothered by resistance. There is no need for a new identity. No demand that you become someone else to prove your worth. You are already here. This breath, this warmth, this quiet awareness beneath the surface of thought. Nothing has been left behind except what didn't belong in the first place. Even loneliness doesn't have to be chased away or fixed. It can simply sit beside you like a guest who arrived without invitation, but stayed anyway. And if it leaves before morning, that's fine too. You don't owe anything to its presence or absence. Just let it be, without naming it, defending it, or trying to understand why it came. You are not responsible for keeping yourself whole. That was never the point. The body doesn't labor to stay alive. It simply is. So do you. Not by effort, but by being in this dark, breathing without permission, resting without reason. The night is not waiting for you to become better or stronger or more peaceful. It's already been there all along, holding space for every breath that ever felt too heavy, every thought that refused to be silenced, and it has never asked for anything in return. You can stop measuring yourself against the version of you from 10 years ago, 5 days back, even 3 hours past. That person is not gone. They are simply no longer needed. You don't have to carry them forward just because they once shaped your path. The road doesn't demand continuity. It only needs movement. And now, there is none, except the slow rhythm of air in and out, like a tide that remembers how to come back without being called. There's no need to be someone who has answers, no reason to stay strong or steady or composed. You can simply rest as you are. No performance required, no act to maintain, no facade to defend. You don't have to explain why your heart feels light tonight when it was heavy yesterday, or why some thoughts come and go without a trace. There is no rule book for how feelings should behave. Only this, that each moment arrives as it will, and then passes like mist over grass at dawn. Nothing needs fixing. Nothing needs proving. You are not failing because you can't stop thinking. You're not losing ground because your mind won't settle. You're simply being human, breathing, aware, moving through time without needing to hold on to anything. The dark is not hostile. It does not judge. It doesn't care if you've changed or stayed the same. It only holds what is offered to it. And right now, all that's offered is stillness. You don't have to be real in a way that makes sense. You just are. And that is enough. Not because of what you do, but because of how you simply exist here. Breathing into the quiet, letting go without needing to know why. Even when your thoughts return, when memories stir or old habits whisper, you don't need to fight them. Just let them pass through like birds flying across a moonlit field, seen for a moment, then gone again, leaving no mark behind. You are no longer chasing a shape that slipped away before you noticed. The outline you once wore like a coat, familiar, heavy, stitched together from old expectations, is not gone because you failed to keep it. It's gone because it was never yours to begin with. You didn't lose it. You simply stopped needing to carry it through the dark. There is no inventory of who you were meant to be. No ledger of obligations owed to a past version of yourself that no longer fits, not even in silhouette. The air around you holds nothing but softness tonight. Not because you've achieved stillness, but because your body knows how to rest without permission, just as the earth accepts rain whether it's asked for or not. You are not required to be present in any particular way, only that you remain here, breathing with the same quiet rhythm that has always moved through you, unasked and unnoticed. There is a kind of forgetting that happens not from memory loss, but from letting go. The slow release of a weight carried so long, it became part of your posture. You don't have to remember how to stop carrying it. The body remembers more than the mind ever could. It has already begun to unlearn what was never meant to last. Even the sound of your own breath, when you listen closely, is not something you produce. It moves through you like wind, passing between trees in a hollow where no one walks. No effort needed, no intention, just presence. And there's nothing wrong with being unaware or incomplete, or simply not yet settled. You don't have to be whole to belong here. The night doesn't ask for clarity. It only asks that you let the shape of your thoughts move through it without resistance, like a shadow passing over stone, leaving no trace behind. There is room in this dark for everything that cannot be named, every ache that refuses explanation, every part of you that feels out of place and yet still belongs. You do not need to fix what has already been undone. You were never meant to hold on to anything permanently, only to notice it as it passes. A thought arrives, bright or heavy, and then fades, not because you pushed it away, but because it was never yours to keep. The mind is not a warehouse. It's a clearing where things come through, linger briefly in the light, and return to the quiet. There are no gates at the edge of this awareness, no border between who you were and who you might be. There is only movement, the slow drift of air across skin, the subtle shift of weight beneath your back, the way darkness thickens without warning, like breath held too long. You don't need to explain why some thoughts come now instead of then. They arrive not because they are important, but because they are here, just as birds pass overhead in silence when no one is watching. There's no demand that you understand what is happening inside. Not the restlessness, not the stillness, Not even the way your body settles into a shape it didn't know it wanted until it found it. You don't have to be consistent with yourself. It's okay if today feels different than yesterday, or tomorrow doesn't resemble either. The self isn't fixed. It is always becoming quietly and without fanfare. And yet, you are already here. Not the one who was supposed to arrive. Not the version that will someday make sense of it all. But the one breathing now, with no agenda, no performance, no need to justify existence beyond simply being present in this moment's soft gravity. You don't have to prove anything, not your worth, not your peace, not even your right to be tired. The night holds you as you are, imperfectly still, uncertainly aware, untouched by the weight of expectation. It doesn't care if you're not ready. It only cares that you let go. Just a little more each breath. There is no moment where you suddenly become someone new. There is only this, the slow untying of habits, the quiet letting fall of old names you once believed defined you. Not because they were wrong, but because they have outlived their purpose. Like clothes too small for the body that has grown beyond them. There's no need to wear them, even if they still fit. You are not required to be certain about anything. Not your feelings, not your path, not what comes next. Certainty is a demand placed on thoughts by minds that forget how to rest. But here, in this dark where nothing needs to be known, you can simply allow the unknown to remain without fear, without urgency. The mind does not need answers. It only needs room, and there is plenty of space beneath your skin for things to pass through unchased and unnamed. Even when a memory surfaces, not one you asked for, not one that feels useful. It doesn't have to be answered or silenced. It can simply appear like dust, moving in a shaft of light, seen, then gone, no explanation needed. You don't need to know why it came, only that it has come and now passed through. There is no loss in letting something go if you were never truly holding on to it. The past does not demand repayment for time spent. It only exists as a place where things once happened, not a claim on what happens now. Your hands do not need to be clenched to feel safe. Your shoulders don't have to rise toward your ears just because the world feels heavy. You can let them fall, even if they forget how. The body remembers what the mind has forgotten, That stillness is not absence. It is presence without effort. Even silence isn't something you must produce. It arrives when there's nothing left to hold on to, when thought no longer needs a direction, and sensation no longer seeks meaning. There's only this warmth beneath your skin, this quiet air in the room, this breath that does not need to be earned. And if tomorrow comes with questions, or days bring weight again, it won't matter. Not because you've solved anything, but because you are already allowed to rest without reason. You don't have to earn stillness by being good enough, strong enough, quiet enough. The night knows what it is without naming itself. It holds no judgment for the thoughts that rise and fall like tides. It does not care if you're changing or staying put. It only continues, softly and without complaint, holding space for everything that comes and goes. You don't have to be anything. Not a version of yourself from before. Not someone who has arrived at peace. Not even the person you thought you'd become. Just this. Breathing in darkness. Moving through time with no need to explain or justify your shape. No requirement to hold on tightly. No demand that you stay fixed. The self is not something carved into stone. It's a river slipping between banks it never chose, flowing where the ground allows, shaped by nothing but its own movement. And tonight, just for now, you are allowed not to be anything at all. Only this breath, this warmth, this quiet, and the slow turning of dark into stillness. There is no shape that must be kept. Not one line you've drawn across your chest. Not one name pinned to your skin as if it were a map. The body remembers how to let go, even when the mind forgets where it left its weight. You don't need to decide whether this moment is final or fleeting, only that it exists. And in that existence, there's no demand to hold yourself together, no reason to stitch back what has already begun to unravel. The seam between who you were and who you are now isn't a break. It's just air moving through something that was never meant to be sealed. The light is gone from the room, not because it left, but because there's no need for it here anymore. It doesn't matter if your thoughts still flicker like candle flames in an open window. There's no one to see them burn out. You are not a story that must be told before dawn. There's no audience waiting with notebooks, no voice insisting on a version of you that fits neatly into words. The self isn't a statue meant to stand under praise or criticism. It's the breath between syllables, the pause after a sentence ends, and nothing follows. There is only this, air moving through your mouth and nose without needing to be controlled. A quiet hum beneath the ribs where stillness has settled like dust on old shelves. Nothing asks you to prove you're here. No one demands that you stay steady or show yourself in full light. You can be unfinished, unclaimed, even a little lost, and still belong exactly as you are. The past isn't a debt. It's a shadow that falls when the sun moves. It doesn't follow you. It lingers only where attention stays. When you stop turning back to see what was left behind, that shadow fades not with time, but because it has nothing to feed on. You don't need to carry old words like stones in your pockets. They were never yours to keep. They're just echoes from rooms you've already walked through. You are not required to be the same person who stood at the edge of yesterday's choices, not even if those decisions still whisper when silence grows too deep. You can let them float away, not because they were wrong, but because they no longer need your attention. The mind does not have to correct every misstep with a new label. It only has to stop rehearsing them. This breath, this slow movement of air in and out is not an effort. It is not something you must maintain like a promise. It flows without permission, just as rivers flow when no one tells them where to go. You do not need to guide it. There's no risk that it will stop if you don't watch over it closely. The body knows how to breathe even when the mind has gone quiet. Even your thoughts are not yours in the way they once seemed. They arrive like birds landing on a wire, brief, unexpected, then gone again without warning. Not all of them belong to you. Some are borrowed from the air, shaped by echoes from long ago, or carried in from weather systems far beyond what you've named. You don't need to claim everyone that passes through your mind. Some exist only for a moment and vanish with no trace, like a sigh caught between two still things. There is no law saying you must be coherent tonight. No rule that says confusion isn't allowed. The mind doesn't have to make sense when it's tired. It can wander without need of direction, pause at odd corners, rest in places that don't fit any plan. You are not responsible for the meaning behind every feeling. A sadness does not require a cause to be valid. An ache can exist simply because it is felt. The self isn't something you build brick by brick each day. It's not a fortress constructed from decisions and defenses. It's more like water finding its own level, not forced, not shaped, just flowing where gravity allows. You don't need to guard this shape or prove it has value. The dark doesn't ask for permission before holding space. It does not inspect your worthiness. It simply is. Warm, soft, full of room. There's no one watching from above who judges whether you've earned rest. No voice in the air that says you are too much or not enough. You aren't being measured against anyone else's silence. There's only this: the quiet weight of your body on the mattress, the soft curve of breath beneath your skin, and the slow unspooling of tension you didn't even realize was holding tight. You don't have to be present in order to belong to the moment. You don't need to feel anything at all to be allowed here. The night does not ask for gratitude or performance. It accepts whatever comes: your restless thoughts, your still ones, your hesitations, your silence, as part of its own continuing rhythm. Even if you are unsure what this is, not sleep, not wakefulness, but something in between, the dark knows how to hold that space without naming it. There's no need for labels when things can simply be. The air doesn't demand a name before it moves through the room. Your thoughts don't have to explain themselves to exist. You are not required to fix what is broken or rebuild what has fallen apart. You aren't even responsible for knowing whether it was worth holding in the first place. Some things were never meant to be kept. The shape of a hand that once held yours, the sound of someone saying your name before they turned away, the weight of a promise made in haste. Let them pass like leaves on a stream. No farewell needed, no gratitude required. This body doesn't need to prove it's whole. It only needs to be here. The skin isn't failing because it stretches or changes. It's simply doing what all living things do: moving, shifting, adapting without permission. You are not becoming someone else. You are just being yourself in the way that fits this moment. There is no version of you that has to arrive before peace can begin. Peace doesn't wait for a final transformation or a completed journey. It arrives when there's nothing left to resist. When even the idea of fixing yourself feels too heavy to carry. The mind doesn't have to be empty to rest. It only needs to stop trying to fill itself with answers it will never hold on to. You can let thoughts drift through like clouds over open fields, seen, then gone. Not one has to stay. Not one demands a response. Even the silence between breaths is not something you must create. It just happens when there's no need for words. There's no reason to force stillness into your chest. It comes naturally when the heart stops needing to explain itself. The dark doesn't ask you to be anything beyond what you are right now. This warm weight on the mattress, this quiet pulse beneath the skin, this breath that moves without effort. You don't need to earn it. You don't have to justify your presence in the world by being certain or strong or settled. You can simply exist, not as a thing, not as an idea, not as a version of someone you once were, but as a quiet happening, moving through time like air, passing through leaves. There is no shape that must be preserved, no image that needs to remain fixed. You are not required to stay in one place just because you've been there before. The self isn't something carved into stone. It's the way water moves across rock, slowly wearing away edges without fury or aim. It doesn't rush. It doesn't demand. It only continues. And now, just this moment, the motion is gentle, the weight is light. There's no need to carry anything forward, no burden of proof, no obligation to be whole. You are allowed not to know, not to decide, not to explain, just to be here in the dark, breathing, feeling, letting go, without needing a reason. You don't have to become someone new. You just have to allow yourself to stop being what you were. There's no loss in that, only release, no failure, only the soft turning of stillness into more stillness, like waves pulling back from shore, not because they are weak, but because they know where they belong. That stillness isn't a destination you must reach, but a way of being that is already happening beneath the surface of your breath. The kind of quiet that doesn't announce itself, only lingers when everything else has settled into its own rhythm. Like the pause between two notes in a song no one remembers playing. Like the moment after a thought slips through your fingers and you realize there was never anything to catch. You don't have to hold on to who you were before the shape shifted. That version of yourself wasn't lost. It simply dissolved into the air, just as mist does when it meets sunlight. There's no wreckage left behind, no ghost in the room where a memory used to be. Only space, open, unclaimed, and soft. It doesn't care if you once called it yours. The body remembers more than the mind ever could. Not in words or images, but in how your shoulders drop when they're finally allowed to rest. How the breath finds its own depth without being asked. How warmth settles into the hollows of your bones, like something returning home. The nervous system isn't trying to fix anything right now. Just listening, just breathing, just letting go. There's no need to understand why you feel this way. Not even a reason for the ache or the heaviness that comes with knowing some things don't stay. You are not meant to explain your presence in the dark, only to be present in it. The kind of being that doesn't demand recognition, just quiet permission. Some parts of you have already begun their migration, not toward something new, but away from what no longer fits. Like roots releasing soil they've held too long. There's no struggle in this letting go, no effort, only a slow unclenching. The way a hand opens when it realizes nothing is being carried. Even your thoughts, Those small looping visitors that circle back through the same questions aren't required to stay or explain themselves. They move like smoke rising from an ember long cooled, not because they want to leave, but because there's nowhere left for them to land. No need to respond, no one listening. The mind doesn't have to be still to rest. It only needs to stop trying to name the silence. There is no task in this moment, no mission, no unfinished business that must be completed before sleep arrives. The night isn't waiting for you to finish your story. It's already lived through you, silently, patiently. You are not behind. There was never a race to begin with. You were never late because time doesn't care how fast you move. It simply moves on, carrying everything in its path. The light, the shadows, the unspoken words, and all the versions of yourself that no longer belong to this shape. There's nothing you have to keep, not even your own name, if it feels too heavy tonight. Not even the idea of being a single person with a fixed face or story. You can be whatever passes through. Light, breath, stillness, a quiet hum beneath the surface. The self isn't something that must remain steady. It's what flows when you stop resisting its motion. The skin on your arms doesn't need to stay tight. It can soften where it needs to. The curve of your spine doesn't have to hold its old position just because it once did. There is no law saying your body must remember how to be a certain way. It's allowed, no, encouraged, to change in small, invisible ways that don't need to be seen. And the mind, well, the mind can forget too. Not with shame or loss, but simply with release. Like a river forgetting its own source after it has traveled far enough. You don't have to carry every feeling you've ever felt. Only the one that's here now, in this breath, in this moment of not needing to do anything. You are allowed to be unfinished, to be unmade, without failing. The world doesn't reward perfection. It simply goes on, indifferent and kind, holding space for all kinds of being, broken things, half-formed thoughts, shapes that don't know their names yet. There is no shame in not knowing what comes next. Only peace in letting go the need to know at all. You aren't supposed to be whole, only here, only alive in a way that doesn't require perfection. The air moves through you without asking for anything back, just passing through like it always has, carrying nothing with it except warmth and weightlessness. Your chest rises not because you told it to, but because the body knows how to breathe when no one is watching. And even if you don't feel safe right now, there's still space in this dark for that feeling too. Not as a demand, not as a problem, just as something present, like a shadow passing over skin. Not threatening, only real. You can be afraid and still be here. You can feel lost and still belong. There is no test tonight, no judgment, no one measuring how much you've changed or how far you've come. The night doesn't care about progress, only presence. You don't have to become anything, not stronger, not calmer, not more certain. Just softer, less fixed. More like the way a stone becomes smooth over time, not because it was shaped by force, but because water kept touching it without demanding change. The self isn't something you build. It's what remains when everything else has drifted away. Not an object, not a role, just the quiet awareness of being, of breathing, of feeling the weight of blankets, of hearing the distant hum that doesn't belong to any place. There's no one to prove yourself to. No audience waiting with eyes wide and judgment ready. Only this room, only you, only the way your breath slows when you stop trying to control it. You can let go without needing a reason, just because some things don't need to be held on to. Not even the idea of being someone specific. You are allowed to dissolve into something quieter, older, deeper than any name could ever hold. And if thoughts come back, familiar ones, looping, insistent, they aren't enemies. They're not trying to trap you. They're just passing through, like birds flying low over a field at dusk. No one needs to stop them. No one has to chase them away. They'll pass, as all things do. And when they go, there's still room for the silence that remains, not empty, but full of something else. Not thought, not memory, just being, like water settling after a storm, like the sky breathing between stars. You don't have to be anything in this moment, not even awake. You can drift into quiet with no effort, no instruction, no goal. Just let it happen, like warmth sinking into soft earth, like breath returning without force, like stillness arriving, not because you invited it, but because nothing else remains to hold on to. And if a thought returns, just notice it, then let it go, like a leaf floating downstream. Not with anger, not with regret, just gently, like air passing through leaves, and the night continuing without needing you to be anything at all. The way light gathers at the edge of a closed eye, not bright, not urgent, just there, as if the dark had learned how to hold something without needing to name it. You are not being asked to stay awake, not even to be aware. There is no duty in this moment, only the slow turn of things that do not require your attention to continue. The blanket rests on you not because you earned it, but because gravity and stillness have agreed on its place. It has no idea why it's there, only knows how to be heavy, warm, and present. You are not required to understand this, not even to feel the weight of it. You can simply allow the soft pressure against your legs, as though someone else had placed it there with care, long ago, before you remembered needing anything at all. The air in the room is moving slowly, so slowly that no sound marks its path. It slips past your skin like a memory not quite formed, carrying nothing but silence and warmth. There's no need to answer why you're here, or how long you've been lying still. No need to recall what came before this breath, or whether it was clear or broken when it began. The body doesn't care about origin stories, only that the next one is allowed to happen. And so your chest rises again, not because of a plan, not because of effort, but simply because there's no reason for it not to. You are not being tested on how well you can remember yourself. No score will be kept. No record made of whether this version of you feels like enough. You don't have to prove that the shape you've been holding is still valid, or even real. It doesn't matter if your thoughts haven't settled, if they keep circling back like old birds returning to a familiar perch. They are not wrong for coming again, not guilty for lingering. They're only passing through like mist over water, like the echo of a word said too softly to be heard. You can watch them drift without catching them, without needing to stop their motion or give them meaning. The mind doesn't need every thought to have purpose. Some things exist just to pass by and then go. There's no failure in not knowing what to do with the ache that remains behind your ribs. No shame in carrying a quiet kind of loneliness that doesn't demand attention, but still claims space. You are allowed to be incomplete without it being a problem. Allowed to feel something unnamed, unclaimed, like a room left too long untouched after someone has gone. The self isn't made by what you do or how well you say things. It's not carved from performance or shaped by approval. It is quieter than that, something older and slower, moving beneath the surface of everything you think about yourself. A presence that doesn't need to speak to be real. You can stop trying to define it now. Stop asking if it's still yours, or if it ever was. You are not required to protect it, defend it, keep it safe from change. It has already changed many times over. Even while you were asleep, even when you didn't notice. The version of you that arrived tonight is different from the one who woke this morning. Not worse, not better. Just older, quieter, more worn in places. And so it goes. Things shift without permission, without warning. Not because they're broken, but because they've lived through enough to know how to move differently now. There's no need for you to stay fixed. No rule saying you must remain the same shape from one moment to the next. You can be a different kind of soft tonight. Less sharp around the edges. Less certain in your stance. Not afraid of becoming something smaller, or quieter, or more ordinary. The night doesn't notice differences like that. It holds all things equally, not because it values them differently, but because it simply does not care who they were yesterday. What remains is enough. You don't have to become anything new. You're already here, already breathing, already part of the dark's quiet rhythm. The slow rise and fall, the stillness between heartbeats, the way light doesn't need to be seen to exist. There's no demand for you to make sense of this moment. No need to find a reason why it feels like you're on the edge of something, not quite falling. Not quite arriving. You can simply rest in that space, the one where things are neither lost nor found, but only present. The body knows how to wait. It doesn't rush toward answers or demand clarity. It rests as if waiting were its own kind of knowing, a patience without purpose. And so you do too. Not because you're being good, not because you've earned peace, but simply because there is no other choice left, no way forward except this stillness, this soft surrender to what already is. The thoughts that come now don't need a name. They drift through like dust in sunlight, not dangerous, not important, just passing by with no intention of staying. You can let them go without even seeing where they vanish. No harm done, no loss. Even if the same ones return, again and again, like footsteps on an old path you've walked many times before. You don't have to meet them. Don't need to argue, explain, or defend your space against their return. They are not claiming anything from you. They're only moving through the air like smoke, like breath, like memory that doesn't know it's been forgotten. And when they pass, there is still room for more than just silence. There is a kind of fullness in being without thought, without story, without need, like water filling a cup no one has ever used. Like soil holding the shape of roots long after the tree has gone. Like a window left open on an autumn night, catching every sound and letting it go before dawn. You are not responsible for keeping anything whole, not even yourself. There is no obligation to carry forward what doesn't want to be carried anymore. And so you do not have to hold the past. You don't need to protect your identity from change. There's no law saying you must stay who you were. No one watching, no rule book in hand. You are allowed to dissolve into something quieter than memory, older than thought, deeper than desire. Not because you've earned it, not because you're doing well, but simply because this moment doesn't require a version of you that's fixed or complete. It only requires that you be here, breathing, feeling the weight of air against your skin, aware of how dark the ceiling is and how warm the blanket still feels where it touches your shoulder. You don't have to do anything with any of it, not even try to remember it tomorrow. The night will hold what remains when you're gone, not because it's meant to, but because that's what darkness does. It keeps things without needing to know their names. And if you drift now, if your thoughts thin and fade into something softer than awareness, there is no need to call yourself back. You are not lost. You are simply becoming less effort, less grip, less need to be seen or known. There's space in this stillness for things that don't have names, for feelings too quiet to speak, for the way your breath slows without you noticing, like a wave returning to the sea after forgetting how it ever left. You are not required to remember who you were when you began this night, nor what you hoped to become by its end. There's no test in this silence, no question asked, no answer demanded. Only the quiet certainty of being, of lying here, feeling the dark move slowly around you, like a current that has always known your shape. only the current that has always known your shape. And if you sleep now, not because you've tried hard enough, but simply because there is nothing left to hold on to. Because you are not required to be anything at all, not even awake. There is a quiet weightlessness that comes when you stop asking whether what's slipping away was ever truly yours. Not because you've decided to release it, but because your hands have simply forgotten how tightly they were clenched. The air feels different now, not thin or empty, but full of something unclaimed, like a room after everyone has left and no one remembers why they came. There is no furniture here. Only shadows that shift without purpose, and the faint hum of silence that settles into your bones like dust on old stone. You don't have to name what's missing, because it wasn't ever part of the shape you were meant to carry. The self isn't a thing you keep, but a current that moves through the places where attention used to be. There is no boundary between who you are and how the dark feels against your eyelids. Only this soft merging, like water finding its own level without effort. The thoughts don't need permission to rise. They just do, like mist off a river at dawn. And then they thin into nothing. Not because you pushed them away, but because there's no place in this stillness for them to land. You are not keeping anything from vanishing, and that is how it should be. Body lies as if it has always known this truth, that rest isn't earned through clarity or completion, but simply allowed by absence of struggle. Your breath doesn't need a rhythm. Now, it just follows what's already happening inside, like a leaf drifting downstream without resistance. There's no moment to prove anything in, no gesture needed to show you're still present. Only the quiet certainty that you are here, not because you've arrived at some destination, but because you haven't left yet, and even that isn't important. What matters is how your shoulder rests against the pillow, how the blanket folds over your hip like a hand that knows when to stop holding. There's no need for intention behind it, just this small surrender of weight into the surface beneath you. Not collapse, never collapse, but a slow letting go that feels less like failure and more like return. as though your body has been waiting all along for permission to be soft again. Not weak, but unburdened, free from the need to appear whole in the dark. There is no performance here, only the way light moves when it's not being watched, the kind that doesn't announce itself, but simply becomes part of the air. You are becoming like that too, not by doing anything, but by refusing to keep pretending you must be something more than what is now. The version of yourself that felt necessary yesterday has already faded into memory, and there's no need to mourn it, not because it was wrong, but because it wasn't meant to stay. The self isn't a monument. It's a weather pattern, changing without warning, shifting in ways you don't control or predict, and still, somehow, holding its own shape in the quiet between breaths. There is no single point where you begin or end. You are not a boundary, but a space that holds movement, like the pause between two notes in music that never quite gets named, only felt, only known by what remains after it passes. And so, when another thought comes, light as ash, fleeting as frost on glass, it does not arrive to disrupt you. It arrives because there's still room for it, but also because it doesn't stay, like a shadow passing across the floor, not seeking to claim anything, only moving through its own brief existence, and then gone, without apology, without explanation, just as it should be, and in that absence, there is no emptiness, only openness, like soil after rain, has soaked deep into cracks where nothing grew before, full of possibility, because it isn't trying to grow anything at all. There's a kind of safety in knowing you are not required to fix what feels broken, or even define what remains. The mind doesn't need to know its name to belong to this moment. And when your thoughts slow further, when they stop forming into sentences, when they lose their edges like old paper left too long in damp air, they don't vanish because they've been resolved, but because they've simply stopped needing to be spoken. Not even to yourself. The silence isn't empty. It's full of things that never needed a voice. Like the way your foot curls slightly against the blanket, just enough to feel warm. Or how your fingers rest near your side, as if they've forgotten what else to do. And so they stay still, not because they're tired, but because there is no reason to move. Nothing urgent left to do. Only this slow drift, like a stone sinking in deep water, not falling, but becoming part of the current, not lost, just settled into place. It needs to be found. There's no sorrow in letting go of that sound, only relief, because you finally stopped believing you must carry all of it. The past, the expectation, the version you thought you had to live up to, like a coat too heavy for the season. And now you're standing bare-shouldered beneath the sky, feeling the air on your skin, not as exposure, but as freedom. No need to hide what's left. No need to prove anything about who you've become or haven't. Only this, that you are here, breathing, aware of how the dark is soft against your eyes, and how the body remembers stillness better than it remembers striving. There is a kind of wisdom in not knowing where the next thought will come from, or if it will ever come back. Because even if it does, it won't matter. You've already made space for it to pass through, without meeting it, without stopping. And so it goes, like wind through an open window, like dust settling on a shelf no one cleans anymore, not forgotten, but simply at rest. And when your breath slows further, even more than before, as if it's learning how to pause, there is no effort behind the stillness, only this, that you are not required to be anything, certainly not awake, certainly not aware, just present in the way a river stays present without needing to announce its flow. And so the night continues, not because you're holding on, but because nothing has asked you to let go yet. And even if it did, you would already have done so, quietly, without fanfare, like water returning to earth, like a door left open in an empty house, letting everything pass through, never asking for anything back, just allowing the dark to fill every corner with its own quiet weight, not as absence, but as presence, not as emptiness, but as fullness. And you are part of that now, not separate from it, but flowing within it like a single thread in an old tapestry that no longer needs to be repaired or remembered. Just let be. Just let go. Just be here. Not because you're doing well, but simply because this is how it feels when the need to hold on finally stops. And all that remains is a kind of softness, deeper than silence, older than thought, more like the way a room remembers someone who has been gone for years. Not through memory, but through absence, and still, somehow, full. Your shoulders no longer carry the weight they once did, not because they've grown lighter, but because you've stopped believing they were ever meant to hold anything at all. There's a quiet truth in that. Not having to bear what was never yours to bear. Your breath moves through you now, like air through reeds at dusk. No force behind it, no purpose, only the soft passage of something unclaimed. And when the thought arises that perhaps you've been waiting for permission to stop being someone, you notice it doesn't demand an answer, just a moment's stillness, as if the idea had simply come to rest in the dark, like a leaf on water, not needing to explain why it arrived or where it will go. You are becoming aware of how little space your thoughts actually occupy when they aren't trying to prove something. How easy it is for them to vanish into the air without leaving a trace. And if you were to name the thing that's been holding you, this persistent feeling, this shadowed self, you might realize it wasn't even a shape at all. More like an echo of a voice that no longer speaks aloud in your mind. Not gone exactly, but quieted by time, softened into background noise. And now that there is room for something else to rise, something older than obligation, deeper than memory, the silence between the breaths feels full with possibility. Not because you filled it, but because it was always meant to be empty. There's a difference between being present and trying to stay present. One is effort, the other is release. And right now, what you're doing isn't trying. It's simply allowing the shape of your awareness to shift without resistance, like water finding its level in a basin that no longer asks for more than it already holds. No demand to be anything specific, No need to become calm or peaceful or even quiet. Just being as the air is, moving through you without claiming ownership of what passes through. And when the mind returns to the memory of something unfinished, the conversation left hanging, the sentence never spoken, you don't reach for it like a rope to pull yourself back in. Instead, you let it drift by like smoke from a fire that burned out hours ago. Not even regretful about its absence, just recognizing how little it mattered once it was gone. The body remembers more than the mind ever could, and if you close your eyes now, not as an act of effort, but simply because they're tired, you might feel the weight of the blanket not as pressure, but as a kind of belonging, like being tucked into the earth itself, not covered by anything, but held in place without needing to be secured. There's no need for control here, only this: that you are allowed to exist exactly as you are, without performance, without proof, without having to earn the right to simply be awake and still and aware. You've spent so many nights trying to shape yourself into something recognizable, a version of you that others could see, that would make sense in conversation, in letters, on paper. But tonight, there is no need for coherence, only continuity, something steady beneath the surface, not because it's strong, but because it doesn't need to be. And if someone were to ask what you are now, they might say, nothing at all. Or perhaps just this: a quiet that has learned how to breathe without sound, a stillness that does not fear motion, a space where thoughts come and go like birds passing over a field, never alighting, never nesting, only moving through the air as if it were their naturalized home. There's a kind of ease in knowing you don't have to fix yourself or even understand what's left inside after all the shaping has been undone. Some parts are simply gone, not lost, not destroyed, just released into the dark where they belong. Like a coat hung on a hook that no longer fits, slowly fading from memory because it never needed to be remembered. And you don't miss it, not with longing, not even curiosity, just quiet acknowledgement, as if part of you had already let go long before this moment arrived. The mind is learning how to stop reaching for the next thing, not out of fatigue, but because there's no longer any expectation that something better will come. And when a thought rises, perhaps about what comes tomorrow, or whether things will be different, You don't pull it back into focus. You let it float above your attention, like mist over still water. And in letting go, you notice how little weight it carries now. Not because it was ever heavy before, but because you no longer believe its presence means anything at all. You are beginning to understand that the self isn't something you carry. It's something you pass through, like a traveler moving from one room to another without carrying luggage. Not because you've left everything behind, but because there was never anything worth holding on to in the first place. And if you think about your name again, not as an identity, not as an anchor, but just as sound that once belonged to someone else, you might feel how it no longer fits like a coat. Instead, it simply exists in the air between breaths. Not yours, not anyone's, only there. Like a word spoken into silence and never answered. Your hands lie still now, not from weakness, but from surrender to their natural state. They don't need to do anything. Not write, not gesture, not reach. Just be where they are, resting on the blanket, as if they've always known this was their place. And when your fingers twitch slightly, just once, you don't interpret it. You don't wonder why. Only notice that the movement came from somewhere else entirely. Like a ripple in water caused by wind no one saw. Not yours to explain, not yours to control, just part of the quiet happening. There's something tender about letting go without resistance. Not because it was hard to begin with, but because you're learning how much easier it is than trying. And if you were to compare effort with rest, how long it takes to hold a thought versus how long it takes for it to leave, you'd find the silence after release lasts longer, richer, deeper, like air after rain. Not clean because it's been scrubbed, but full simply because there is nothing left to disturb it. You are learning that peace isn't something you achieve. It's what remains when you stop trying to be anyone specific. Not even good or kind or aware, just present in the way a shadow appears on the wall without being asked. And if someone were to describe you now, not as a person, not as a self, but simply as a moment of stillness in an endless night, they might say, "This is how it feels when nothing needs fixing. No wound to heal, no past to revise, no future to prepare for. Just the slow rhythm of breath and dark and air that has always been there." There's room now, not because you've made space, but because you're not trying to fill anything anymore. The mind settles into its own quiet depth, not searching, not reaching, not even listening. Only being as a stream is when it stops flowing towards something else and simply stays in place, shaped by gravity alone. And if there's one thing that remains clear beneath all the passing thoughts, it isn't strength or clarity, but this: you don't need to be anything more than what you are right now. Not awake, not asleep, just here, with no demand on your attention, no burden of expectation, only the slow breath and the soft dark that is never left. There's no shape you must hold on to tonight, not even a quiet one. The way a shadow settles into a corner without claiming it. You are not required to be any version of yourself that has already passed through the room. Only this: that you exist in the space between breaths, where nothing demands your attention. No name is needed, no role, no reason for being seen or recognized. Just air moving slowly over skin, just warmth beneath the blanket, just dark softening at the edges of sight. You are not a thing to be measured against anything, not against what you were, not against who might have been expected. Only this: that you are here, in the stillness where no effort is needed, and when the thought comes, faint as dust stirred by wind, that perhaps something has gone wrong, that you should be doing more, that you must be better. You don't correct it. You let it linger like a faint echo in an empty room. Not because it's true, but because it no longer carries weight. It passes through the mind as if it had never belonged there. Your body has learned how to rest without permission, the way roots sink into soil when nothing asks them to grow. No need to reach for light, no urgency to stretch toward sun. Just being in the dark, where the earth holds its breath and waits, and you, lying here, are not different. Not a separate story, just another quiet presence in a world that does not care whether it is remembered or not. There is comfort in being unimportant, not because you are worthless, but because you don't have to prove anything. You are allowed to be ordinary, even invisible, to exist without justification. And if someone were to walk by and glance at your still form, your face turned slightly toward the wall, one hand resting near your chest, they would not see a person with problems. They might only notice that you're breathing, that your breath is slow, that it doesn't try to be anything more than what it is. The mind has stopped chasing meaning, not because it has found it, but because it no longer believes it must. There's peace in not needing an answer to every feeling. and letting the ache stay without naming it, just as a cloud stays in the sky without having to explain why it's there. You are beginning to notice how much of you is made of silence, not absence, never that, but presence in its quietest form. Like the space between notes in music where nothing happens, yet everything remains. The way still water holds a reflection without demanding anything from the sky above. If you think about your thoughts now, not as yours, not as proof of who you are, but simply as movements across an open field, a slow drift of leaves in late autumn. They come and go with no need to leave behind a trace. You don't follow them. You don't gather them into memory. Only let each one pass like wind through branches, leaving only the sound it made on its way out. There is something gentle about not being needed, not by your past, not by your future. Even your own need to be whole feels distant now, like a request spoken in another language. You don't understand it anymore, and you no longer care whether you ever will. Your hands remain where they are, not resting because they've earned rest, but because they have nowhere else to go. They are not waiting for something to happen. They are simply here, as the earth is here, in its own quiet state of being. The same way a stone lies in a riverbed without trying to be anything other than what it is. You don't need to become someone new, not even yourself, not in any fixed sense. Only this, that you are allowed to exist as the moment breathes out and returns. As the dark holds its shape for just long enough before surrendering again to deeper stillness. There's a quiet kind of strength in being unclaimed, in not having to defend your name, your past, your choices. You don't have to prove you're real, not because you aren't, just because the question no longer matters. And when something like regret rises, not as an event, but as a faint pressure behind the eyes, it doesn't need a response, only the observation that it is passing through. Like a shadow moving across the floor under a door. No one stops to ask where it came from or why it's gone. You are learning how little it costs to let go. Not even effort, just absence of resistance. The way water flows around rock without fighting, without claiming victory over its path. And if you were to imagine yourself as a river, not flowing toward something, not avoiding anything, just moving through the night with no direction except the pull of gravity and the shape of the land beneath. You wouldn't need to be fast or deep or wide, only true to your own current. And even that isn't necessary, because you are already in motion, already being carried by something older than intention. There's a softness in not knowing what comes next, in allowing the night to unfold without asking for signs. Not because you don't care, but because caring no longer means needing answers. You can be awake and not search, can lie in darkness and not need light, can feel your breath and not ask whether it's enough. This is not failure, nor escape. It is simply being where you are, not fixing anything, not changing anything, only allowing the quiet to become a kind of home. You don't have to be useful tonight. You don't need to serve any purpose. No one needs your opinion, or your courage, or your story. They aren't waiting for you, and that is enough. That is all it ever needed to be. The body settles deeper, not by choice, but because there's nowhere else left to go. Bones release their grip on tension. Muscles forget the need to brace. Even the mind stops pretending it can control anything, only opens like a leaf turning toward the moonlight without knowing why. And when you feel your thoughts begin to thin, not disappearing, not ending, but simply becoming less distinct, as if they've grown too light to hold on to. You don't reach for them. You let them drift like ash from a fire long since gone out. Each one floating upward into air that doesn't remember it ever existed. There is only this: the breath, the dark, the weight of your own body on the bed. Not too much, not too little, just right, as if everything has finally found its place, without being moved, without needing to be found at all. There is no effort now in remaining, only a slow surrendering into what already holds you. The way moss grows over stone, not because it wants to win, but because it simply finds itself there, in the damp quiet between crevices. You are not being shaped by anything, no hand guiding, no voice correcting. but just existing in the space where motion and stillness have become one. The breath comes without demand, goes without notice, a rhythm so old it does not need to be remembered. Your thoughts do not arrive with names or reasons. They drift like leaves on a slow-moving stream, each one carrying its own shape, but none of them needing to explain why they came. You are not responsible for their journey, only for the fact that they pass through, and when a word forms, just a single syllable, half-formed, rising from somewhere behind your ribs. You do not ask what it means. You let it dissolve before it can settle into meaning. Like steam escaping from a stone after rain, nothing remains to be held. The body is no longer an object of concern, not because it's perfect or strong or well-tuned, just because it has stopped asking for proof of its worth. The weight of limbs is not burden, but presence. Fingers rest where they fall. Toes curl slightly into the fabric without purpose. This is not laziness. It's a surrender to gravity's quiet request. Take up space, and if that space feels too large or too small, it doesn't matter, because there is no one measuring it, no scale hidden in the air, no reflection waiting to confirm your shape, only dark, and within it, a soft pulse of being, not loud enough to be heard, but steady enough to know you're still here. There is a kind of silence that does not come from absence, but from fullness. Like when a room holds all the breaths that have ever passed through it, not forgotten, just settled. And you are no longer trying to fix what feels broken or unfinished, because there is nothing to repair in something that was never meant to be whole. The idea of completeness was always a story made up by minds that wanted to stop moving. But this stillness, is not completion. It is simply being without demand. You do not need to understand why you are here, or whether you should stay longer, or if you've done enough today. There is no record, no ledger of value kept in the dark. Only moments that come and go, like footsteps down a long hallway with no end. Some echo louder than others, but none of them linger after they pass. You don't need to remember every one, not even this moment. Though it feels deep, intimate, almost sacred, because sacredness does not require preservation, only presence. And you are here now, without needing to be anything beyond that. There is a warmth beneath the skin, not fire, not heat, but something older than temperature, like the slow pulse of earth under moss. A quiet knowing that flows through you without ever naming itself. It does not say you are safe or you belong, because those words would be too loud, too demanding. Instead, it just is, as breath is, as darkness is, as roots grow in soil they cannot see. And when the thought arises, faint, almost weightless, that you might be alone, it does not need to be answered, because loneliness is not a condition of being separate. It is only another way of noticing that nothing needs to connect. No one must meet you here. And still, you are held by absence itself. The mind slows, not from tiredness, but from letting go of the habit of tracking, of following thoughts like they were signs or clues. There was a time when every passing idea needed to be answered, explored, given meaning. Now it is enough that it passed through. Even if it left behind only a whisper on the back of your awareness, you are not required to know what it meant, or where it came from, or whether it will return, just as rain does not need permission to fall, or snow to cover the ground without explanation. The ceiling is no longer something above, just another shape in the dark, a curve, a line, an edge, nothing to hold on to or fear. And if you were to trace its outline with your eyes, gently, slowly, you would find it does not respond, does not care whether you see it or not, just as you do not need to be seen, not now, not ever. The act of being is enough, even if no one sees it happen. There is a kind of truth that has no name, only feeling, like when your hand touches cold stone and you don't ask what it is. You only know it is. And so too with this. You are not required to define yourself or defend your existence, or explain why you matter. The fact that you are here, breathing in the dark, feeling the weight of blanket on legs, listening to silence as if it were a voice. This is already enough, more than enough. And when something stirs, not pain, not urgency, but just a quiet stirring in the chest, like water shifting beneath ice, the body does not flinch, because you know now that movement doesn't need cause or direction. It simply is. And if this feeling were to grow into words, into meaning, it wouldn't matter whether they made sense, only that they passed through, like light falling across a window in the early morning, without stopping to be named. You are not becoming anything, nor unbecoming, just being what you have always been. Something soft, something quiet, something passing through the world without claiming it. And if this feels fragile, it is because it is. But fragility is not weakness. It is the way things that do not resist can still endure, like a leaf falling from a tree, not fighting its descent, not begging to stay, only letting go in such a way that even gravity cannot call it failure. There is no one waiting for you to wake up or to fall asleep. No expectation that this moment must end. The night does not care how long you linger in stillness. And because of that, because nothing demands anything from you, you can stay here as long as you wish, even if it's only a heartbeat or an eye blink. Time has become soft again, porous, not something to measure, but something to be inside. You are allowed to forget your name tonight, not because you've lost it, but because it is no longer necessary. Names were made for people who needed to be found by others. But here, where there is no one to find, you don't need a name to be real or known or remembered, just present. And if the thought comes, faint, like dust settling on glass, that perhaps you've been waiting too long to feel at peace, it does not need correction, because peace was never something to reach for. It is simply what remains when there's nothing left to hold on to. And that is happening now, not as a goal, but as a quiet unfolding. The mind grows thin, not from effort, but from letting go of the idea that thinking must mean anything. Thoughts are not people who need answers. They are just movements in the dark, like wind passing through trees that do not know why they bend. And you are no longer trying to understand them, only to let each one go, like a feather lifting into air that does not care if it stays or falls. There is a stillness that is not empty. It is full of what cannot be named, the way dark holds every shape without showing it, the way silence contains all sound before it speaks. You are not required to speak either, only to be, and in being, there is no lack, no want, no need to prove you're here, because you already are. There is no shape that must be kept, only the quiet way a shadow moves across stone when no one watches. You are not shaping yourself into something new, or holding on to what's old, just letting each breath settle like dust in still air, settling, not settling in. And if there is a sense of being unmade, it is not loss, it is release, the way roots loosen from soil without breaking when the tree no longer needs them. Nothing you've known about yourself has been erased, only revealed as temporary, just like light at dawn that does not burn away what was night, but simply shows how the dark had always held its own kind of presence. There is a weight in your shoulders now that feels familiar, not burdened, but remembered, and it does not ask to be moved, only to be noticed. You are not resisting what is passing through, nor clinging to what has already gone, just allowing the space between thoughts to grow wider than memory, so wide that even time begins to blur at the edges, like a photograph left too long in water, where lines melt and forms soften into nothing you can name, and still it is real, not because it says something, but because it exists without needing to say anything. The hand on your chest is no longer trying to steady itself, just resting, as if the rhythm of blood beneath skin were its own kind of language, slow, patient, uninterested in meaning, and you are listening not to learn, not to fix, not to understand why it moves this way or that. Only to feel how it moves. Separate from it, not controlling it, only within it, like a cloud that does not know it is moving because there is nowhere else to go. There was never a single moment when you became who you are now. No birth, no event, no decision, only a quiet accumulation of small things. because the ground was ready. You are not a person who must hold anything together. You are a space that has learned how to stay open, and in that openness, no wound feels sharp anymore. Only real, as if pain had stopped being an alarm and become part of the body's quiet language. Like rain on roof tiles, not something to fear or fix, but just sound, familiar, belonging. You are not a thing that needs to be known by anyone, not even yourself. You are allowed to be unknown, to remain unexplained, not because you're broken, but because wholeness doesn't require explanation. It only requires presence. And this quiet lying here in the dark, feeling your body as if for the first time, not measuring it against anything, is already a kind of belonging. The ceiling above is no longer a surface to look at or think about, just a shape of absence, a curve where light does not go, and you are not trying to reach through it, only letting it stay, like a sky that has forgotten how to hold stars, or a mirror that no longer reflects because there's nothing left to show. And still, there is something, not a face, not an image, just the thickness of dark between things. And you are not afraid of that thickness. You are part of it. You do not need to decide what this means, or whether it is good or bad. Even if meaning comes, faint as a shadow across skin, it does not have to be claimed, only passed through, like sunlight sliding over the edge of a table, without stopping to say where it came from or why it's here. There was never any need for you to earn your right to rest. No test, no proof. Just this moment and the breath that follows it, and the stillness after. Not because you've done enough, but because stillness does not ask for credentials. It simply is, as natural as air passing through a cracked window in late summer. Your thoughts do not need to be right or wrong. They only need to leave, like footprints that dissolve before morning light arrives, and the ground remembers nothing, just continues holding what passes over. You are no longer trying to become quiet. You are simply allowing silence to grow around you, not as a goal, but as an unfolding, like moss spreading across stone where no one planted it, like roots reaching in darkness without knowing they're going anywhere. There is no version of you that must be defended now. No identity to protect from change or time. The self was never fixed. It was always shifting beneath your awareness, And tonight, for the first time, you are not trying to catch up with it, only letting it move freely. Like a river that does not know its own name, but still flows. It is enough that you exist in this moment without needing to prove it, without needing to explain how you feel or why you're here. Just being and being. Even when unmeasured, untouched by attention, remains real, more real than anything that requires validation. It were always meant to be there, like the earth holding a stone without asking whether it belongs, or the air holding a sigh without needing to remember it. And when another thought comes, not urgent, just soft and slow, like fog drifting through trees, it does not need to be named. Only let rise into the quiet and sink back down again, as if it had never been. And you are not the one who brought it, nor the one who sent it away. You are simply where it happens, like a tree that sways when wind passes, but doesn't know why, or a lake that ripples when rain falls, without questioning whether the water should be still. There is no reason to hurry towards sleep, no need to arrive anywhere. Even if your body begins to grow heavy, like leaves surrendering to gravity in autumn, it does not mean you are failing, only that time has slowed enough for it to happen. It is not a fall, but a letting, and the ground, when it comes, will not judge. It will simply receive as it always has. And you do not have to be someone who can endure, or someone who knows how to rest, only someone who is here, present in the way a river is present, even when no one sees it. The night does not care about your plans, nor your regrets, nor your hopes for tomorrow. It simply breathes with you, quietly endlessly. Expectation, and that is enough. More than enough. You are not becoming anything. You are already being exactly as you are. In this moment, in this dark, in this stillness, without needing to be anything else. And if the thought drifts by that perhaps you were never meant to hold on so tightly, it does not need correction, only acceptance, like a leaf that lets go because it no longer needs to stay. It is not failure. It is freedom. It is simply how things are when they stop fighting their nature. Like water returning to the sea without hesitation, or wind finding its way through trees that do not resist. You are not required to know where this leads, only to allow the next breath and the one after, and the one after. And if there is no more to say, no need for meaning, no want for resolution, it is because you are already home. Not in a place, but in the quiet way of being that does not ask permission, in the softness that comes from not needing to be anything at all, in the dark where nothing must be held, and still everything remains. There is no name for the shape you are becoming, only a quiet unfolding, like roots spreading beneath soil that does not know they are growing, or light seeping through layers of cloud without needing to announce itself. You do not have to carry the weight of past names, nor answer why one version of yourself no longer fits. It is not a collapse, merely a letting go of what was never meant to stay, like frost that melts on stone and leaves behind only dampness, not loss, not absence, just presence in a different form. The mind does not need to fix the gap between who you were and who you are now. It simply needs to notice how little distance there is, how close they already are, even when the face looks different. The breath still rises. The hands still rest where they have always rested. The spine still holds its quiet curve. Nothing essential has moved. Only what was held too tightly has loosened, like a glove that no longer fits, but does not need to be thrown away. It simply hangs open on a chair and is no longer mistaken for the hand. There are moments when you feel more yourself in silence than in speech, when your body speaks without words, when stillness becomes the truest language. And that is how the self returns, not through effort, not by reclaiming, but by being left behind, as if time had forgotten to measure it, like a shadow that no longer follows because there is no light to cast it, yet remains in shape, just without source. The night does not ask for proof of your continuity, nor demand you prove yourself worthy of belonging. It simply holds space with the same ease as air holds a whisper. And when another thought comes, soft, half-formed, perhaps familiar, it does not need to be claimed or dismissed, only witnessed like a bird passing through an open window, no longer part of your room, but also never truly gone. You do not have to remember its name, nor know why it came. Only let it pass. And when the light returns in the morning, it will not ask whether you were still awake. You are already where you need to be, not by accident, not by choice, but because this dark is not a pause, it is a place of return. Like a river that flows through stones without resistance, or a tree that grows into the wind instead of against it. The body does not fight gravity when it leans forward, only yields, and in yielding finds balance. So too with thought. No need to resist what shifts. Only let it shift. There is no failure in change, only the illusion of permanence, as if something must remain fixed in order to be real. But reality does not care about constancy. It cares only that things are, without needing to explain their form. A stone lies at the riverbed and never asks what it should become, nor worries whether its shape is correct. It simply exists, and when water moves over it, it accepts the touch without complaint or memory. You do not have to be whole in order to be complete. Completeness does not require wholeness, only presence. Even a crack in wood can hold light. Even a shadow can carry silence. And you, yourself, are not less real because some parts of your story no longer fit. The self is not defined by what it contains, but by how it remains open. There are moments when grief does not come as sound or weight, but as space, like an empty room where something once stood. And though the furniture has moved on, the air still remembers its shape. You do not have to fill that space, nor apologize for leaving it untouched. Simply rest in it, because emptiness is not absence. It is potential. before another begins. The mind does not need to be tidy, nor must every thought be placed. Some thoughts wander like dust in sunlight, unimportant, unclaimed. They drift across the edge of awareness and disappear without trace. You do not have to track them, only allow their passage, as if watching clouds pass over a hillside that does not care where they go. There is no need to be afraid of what comes next, because there is no next in the way you think. No destination, no arrival, only this breath and the one after, and the slow unspooling of time that does not rush, but simply continues, like a thread pulled through fabric without pulling too tight. You are not required to be anything more than what is happening now, even if it feels incomplete, even if you do not know how it will end. Only let it happen, as water flows over rock, not knowing where the stream leads, but still moving, still whole in its movement. There is no test of worth here, no one judging whether your shape has changed enough or too little. Only the quiet witness of dark and air, and a body that knows how to rest without needing permission. You are allowed to be what you are, without qualification, even if it feels unfamiliar, even if it does not match any map you once carried. The self is not a fixed point on a page, but a current beneath your feet, shifting with every step and still carrying you forward. The night knows no story about who you should be, only holds the truth of where you are, as a river holds its banks without naming them, or an old tree holds its rings without counting them. There is no need to be understood by anyone, nor even by yourself. Some moments do not require meaning. They simply exist, like stillness after rain, or the pause between two notes in music that does not want to be named. You are not becoming someone new. You are only letting go of what was never truly yours. The name, the role, the version that no longer fits. And in releasing it,